a million smiles, catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light, in the darkest times? You make it bright. Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, Come on, do what you do, girl. You're one of a kind. Shelly, you're our last street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Don't spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream dreams, we're always side. You're one of a kind. Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hello. Happy Tuesday. It's 12:03 p.m. on the East Coast, November 19th, 2024. I am Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths. This is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. Today's topic is ups and downs of adapting for others. I suck at titles, I fully admit that, but today's all about adapting and the thing, why we do it and how we could avoid it. And there's just a lot going on in my brain. So today's going to be kind of like a data dump. So just bear with me. Grab your oh shit handle because I'm pretty sure we'll take some very squirrely turns. Good day to Wolfram and Lady Awesome. How you doing? It looks like it's, just a couple of us, which is fine. Because I'm bleeding subs like crazy. So it's like, whatever. I've lost 5 this week. And it's like, okay, bye. Like, I can't help it. If they come here looking for just dick jokes, they're not going to find it. Like, that was an adaptation I did for somebody else. But it's been a hell of a week. I don't know if anybody has checked the news. But apparently, the Ukraine has issued United States missiles into Russia as of like an hour and a half or 2 hours or 3 hours ago. I forget. But it was when I woke up this morning. Oh, God, what time did I wake up? I woke up at like 6. So I guess it was around 7 when I saw that. Anyway, everybody's saying, oh, it's World War III. I can't worry about that. I just can't. Some things are so big, I'm like, yeah, no. Like, when it actually happens, and then I'll worry about it, but I'm not going to borrow trouble and worry about it twice. Like, just y'all just work out your shit, find some way to get to a peaceful resolution, because nuclear war, not really good for anybody. Just saying. It's not even like, it shouldn't even be the last resort. It shouldn't even be on the table. It used to be a deterrent. Now it's like, ooh, I have nuclear weapons. I have nuclear weapons too. Well, I'm going to launch them first. No, I'm going to launch them second. Like, it doesn't matter, because whoever launches them, they're just as big of a loser as the one that has the land where it lands. It's just I will never accept that this world is this violent and angry. They say don't live in the world you live in the world you want to live in. And it's good and it's bad. I mean, it's a catch-22. You're fucked if you do and you're fucked if you don't. But the fact that all these people are willing to trade lives for green paper or red paper or just digital currency or whatever the fuck. Money doesn't matter. Money comes and goes. You can make money, you can spend money, whatever. You can't replace people. You can't judge the potential of a person, what they'll do in the future, and what you're missing out on if you snuff that life out. I could look at a dollar and say, it's a dollar. It was a dollar yesterday. It's a dollar today. It's going to be a dollar tomorrow. Is it worth the dollar? That's debatable. But it's permanent, like in its form. It's not going to evolve into something else unless you take it, make it like a money tree or whatever. But that's more creative than evolutionary. People evolve. People learn. They reach heightened forms of potential and they achieve things. They're able to add to the world, take away from the world, create, destroy. They're ever changing. There's so much to be lost in just one life that I can't reconcile that with these people's ability to put money over life. It makes me a little crazy when I actually sit there and, like, analyze it, but it hurts that anybody could think that. I've never put money above people. Even the bullshit with Gary Lamb. Yeah, he owes me 2 grand. He's a piece of shit for taking the money and never even attempting to pay it back. I mean, I haven't even heard from him in over a year. Is he a piece of shit con artist? Yes, he is. Do I want something bad to happen to him other than explosive diarrhea in a very hot car during a heat wave in the middle of a traffic jam and he already has an ass rash, so it's going to hurt? Other than that, no. But that's one scenario I would like to happen to him. But it's because it's money. Like I've made tons of money in my life. I've spent tons of money in my life. I've given people, lent people, like plied people with money all my life. It didn't matter. The money didn't matter. The people mattered. And that's the thing with the Gary thing. It wasn't the money part that aggravated me. It was the fact that I did that in genuine friendship, hoping to help him because I thought he needed help. And he lied to me and betrayed me. And then tried to turn around and throw winning under the bus for defending me and for trying to, like, recoup my losses. And then went out on the internet and told everybody that I have horrible taste in men and, you shouldn't trust Winning and you should trust me. Why should I trust you? Winning didn't take 2 grand off me and say, go fuck yourself. You did. Like, Winning didn't lie to me to get money out of me. Winning didn't make me do a 24-hour stream to, like, you know, give him spending money so he could sit on his ass and bullshit to the world. Oh, nobody wants to hire me because they're prejudiced and they're racist. No, it's because you walk into an office with a goddamn do-rag on your head being like, yo, and nobody wants that representing their company. That's why you don't get the jobs. Because you dress for the job you want. You don't dress for the position you're already in life. That's how it is. Everybody knows that, that saying. Except apparently him, because when you have no education and no skills and nothing to add, and then nobody wants to hire you, obviously it's because of your color. Stop. Just stop. Okay? I am so not on board with the bullshit. But that's his scenario? Okay, fine. But I didn't find that out until later. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. And it hurts me that I could be bamboozled by somebody like that, and that somebody would be so low in life that they would lie. Especially as somebody like me, when he knew my situation, he knew that I was disabled. He knew I had 2 kids that were dependent on me that were special needs, but yet he was perfectly willing to rob me. And it hurts. It hurts. That's what bothered me, not the money. So this whole war thing where they're like, "Oh, we gotta cover up the money laundering and we gotta keep this going and blah, 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 blah." It absolutely confounds me. Absolutely 100% confounds me because I put people so far above anything material. And I always have. Because let's face it, I grew up with money. I didn't know I was growing up with money, but I grew up comfortable. I never had to worry. I never had to, like, oh my God, is grandma going to pay the rent? No, she owned the house. Oh my God, are we all going to have jobs? Well, we had a gas station. They put me to work out there. Like, it was fine. It was contained and it was ours, but we worked for it. Nobody handed anything to us. But again, it never made a difference. It didn't make anybody I knew happy. I did grow up knowing tons of rich people. All my aunts, my cousins, my uncles, all rich as Roosevelt. Miserable fucks. Miserable people. Because they were always worried about who was going to take something from them. I don't have anything but me. So if you're coming to me, hopefully it's for me. I'm not worried about, oh my God, are they being nice to me because they, want to take my house or they want to take this or what do they take? None of that enters my mind because I don't have any of that. I don't. And it means nothing to me anyway. It's just this whole war thing is just too much for me. Like I said, I got a lot going on in my head, and we're just going to talk about all of it. Wolfram wipes his paws, lopes in and howls. I got to get that howling thing from Winning. He didn't put that on my StreamYard, and I want it. Damn it, because I love it. The first time he did it, I jumped because he surprised me. But I was like, oh my God, I love it. Where's the money, Gary? Yeah. I don't have that clip either, damn it. He keeps all the good clips for himself. Selfish. I know he's listening at some point. Or at least that's the hope. But that's the fight. I'm like, did you catch my show? And he's like, yeah, the end. I'm son of a bitch. Like, do I ever miss his shows? No. That's a constant back and forth. And he's like, And I get mine is more touchy-feely or whatever. But you know what? You're in the game with me, dude. So show up and listen. God. I can't really complain, though, because he is always there for me. And like I said, this week was bad. I had a huge breakdown last night because of my mother. And it led right into a massive panic attack that made my blood pressure spike. Usually my blood pressure drops. Last night it spiked and I tried to escape the living room because I started crying. And I kind of ran to my room and my son trotted behind me and I was carrying my laptop and my my water bottle and because I always relocate throughout the house because I like to change, locations. And I don't know what happened. All I know is everything kind of went silvery and floaty, and then I was on the floor. So, and my son was very upset. And he was like, yeah, he was upset because I passed out. And, he got me to my room. I was right outside I almost made it. Man, I was 6 feet from the bed. And no, then God was like, nah, drop there. And he got me in my room and took care of me. And then when he did a show, I relaxed on a nice Zanny. And then we watched wrestling and we talked and I was all better. So I thank him for that. But yeah, last night I was going through it. It was bad. It was so bad. And it's very bad when you deal with narcissistic people who are so good at it and have done it for so many decades that they don't even realize they're doing it anymore. And it's just and I told her, I was like, you need to change. I was like, "You need to change 'cause you can't keep doing this to me. I won't survive it. I didn't move here to be miserable." I was like, "One of us," and I was very, very honest with my mother. I was like, "One of us is not gonna make it through this if you keep this up." And I hate to tell you, just between me and you guys, I'm a survivor. So I don't know how well she'll fare. But oh my goodness, like I'm trying to be as calm and as nice as I can be, and it's just not happening. So anyway, oh good, we're down to 4 people. Awesome. All right. So adapting as a coping mechanism was kind of where I was going with this, but I realized as I was writing it that adapting as a coping mechanism can be more harmful than helpful. It absolutely can. And I'm kind of torn on the topic, like how much is avoidable, like when it comes to adapting? I mean, are we really aware that we're doing it when we do it? I am a highly adaptive person. That comes from having a very traumatic childhood. I learned to anticipate what people were going to do, what they were going to say, how they're going to react, because I needed to know, am I going to fight, flee, freeze, fawn? Like, what am I going to do? Am I going to, make sure like I lay it on thick so they're nice and happy in their little space there? Am I going to run away? Am I going to, shrink into the shrubbery like, Homer Simpson? Or am I going to come out, like fists a flying? I never knew. So I had to, and I knew I was going to have to do one of them. I had to learn to anticipate what every single person, whether I knew them or not, around me was going to do. And when you do that, it's almost like undercover work. You don't even realize you're doing it. You just slip into the role that they already play so that you blend in and you don't stand out and they're not suspicious or whatever. And it never dawned on me that that was not only me avoiding, but it was me being a people pleaser so that I didn't stand out. I didn't get extra attention. I didn't, have the target on my back or on my forehead, which is what it usually feels like for me. Uh, because people, there's some sick joy people get from trying to like come at me face forward. And I don't know if they're looking for the reaction, if they want me to blow up. I very rarely give the reaction people want. Because I can see it usually, like, face to face especially, I can see the reaction they want, so I deny them because I hate to feed the trolls. I hate it. And the one thing I learned teaching kindergarten is when somebody goes off the rails, you just don't engage. You turn your ears off, you turn your eyes away, and you just go, "All right, do you." And you just wait them out. And then "Are you done? All right. Let's talk about this and settle this." Like, that's how I go about most things. Unfortunately, I also have severe emotional reactions to some things. So it can be really odd. It can be very confrontational. And I really don't like conflict. But if a fight's going to happen, you won't catch me backing down. I might just pretend it doesn't exist. But if you're going to come at me and like really engage, like if you want to go, we'll go. I don't like it, but that's just the truth of the matter. So let me see. Um, all right. So ask yourself, who are you really? Yeah. Who are you really? How much of what you do is within your own power, or is it done on a totally like subconscious level? Like if you do it without even realizing you're doing it, how much of it is ingrained into you? How much have you learned to react to people in certain ways? Like, have you noticed that you adapt or like you alter your speech, your mannerisms, your accent, your personality, your humor to fit different people or different groups? Do you want do you like invent new personas or create them? to make other people comfortable. Like, do you ever lessen yourself? Do you make yourself seem less, I don't know, intimidating to make them more comfortable or to make yourself more comfortable? I tend to do it to make them happy, to make somebody happy, to make myself more relatable, to make myself more likable so that they don't see me as an enemy. Because a lot of people, when they meet me, say, "Oh, you're intimidating. I was afraid of you, and you look so mean." It's like, I looked mean? Like, was I walking around telling people go fuck themselves? Well, no. What do you mean I look mean? Well, your eyebrows, you come to I was concentrating on something like, Jesus Christ, I work for a living. Like, what the fuck? That was always the thing. Like, if you come into my classroom and I'm in the middle of doing something, if my eyebrows go together, it's because one, you interrupted my class. That's a no-no. And two, why are you here? Like, this could have waited. Whatever it was could have either been an email or it could have waited. Like, leave me alone. Go away. I'm in the middle of something. Like, I'm busy. I have a flow going. Don't interrupt. And they'd come in and be like, "Oh, well, turn your ass around. Go right back out. Go. Goodbye. Goodbye." Because nothing was that dire that they needed to interrupt my poor kids. Once you interrupt a 5-year-old, good luck getting that attention back the way you had it. So, yeah, it used to frustrate me, but did I react in a bad way? No, I just be like, "Can I help you? Like, can hurry up. Like, get it out. Whatever you have to say, like, let's go. Spit it out." Am I abrupt? Yeah. But but I don't have time for bullshit. I mean, I have time to bullshit on here. But when I was working, it was like, "Come on, come on, come on." I had too much to do. I don't know. So, I'm just wondering, like, if you adapt, do you feel comfortable, like, being yourself 24/7, or do you really find yourself holding back from just being yourself because, you don't wanna be seen as being, like, wrong or weird, or in my case, like they say, "Oh my god, you're too much. Oh my god, Shelly, you're too much. Oh my god, you're so extra." And it's like, "Okay, but anywhere else in the world, if you got extra, you'd be happy. If you went to a restaurant and they gave you an extra plate of appetizers, you'd be happy. If you went to the bank and they gave you, you know, an I don't know, an extension on your loan, like extra time, you'd be happy. If you went, anywhere and got extra, you'd be happy. How come when I'm extra, it's a bad thing? Really? Because I would think you should be happy that you're getting more, punched, packed at a punch. Like, yes, I'm extra, but that's not a bad thing. Like, I'm always gonna make you laugh. I'm always gonna bring out those emotional reactions. I'm always gonna make you think on a deeper level. I'm always gonna make you dig deeper to talk about yourself. I'm always gonna make you have more fun. I'm always gonna make you listen to more songs than you want to. Like, there's always gonna be extra. Last said, I used to work in telemarketing, cold calling people, oof, all over the country. I've done that. And I learned quick to change my accent depending on where I was calling, or they would hang up on me. Absolutely. Absolutely. I find that if I talk to somebody all the time, I find myself talking like them. Oh, yeah. Winning and I, we picked up each other's vocabulary right away. And he says things that he doesn't even realize that he got from me. Like, he'll say things that he never said before, then all of a sudden he comes out with it. I'm like, oh, because it's so cute. Because I'm like, oh, I influenced him. But it's the same way, like, my mother will say something to me, I'm like, "I know," because I say it exactly like I do. I find myself using a lot of his vocabulary, a lot of his affectations, and I find that he uses a lot of mine. And it's funny because the way my brain works, I will hear him say it, and then my brain goes, "When did we say that to him?" And it'll tick back, tick, 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 until it finds the moment that I said that, and then it calculates the time, and my brain will tell me, "Oh, it only took you 3 days to implant that in his head." And I'm like, "But that I wasn't trying to implant that in his head." "No, but you did." Way to go, girl. And it's like, because it's just like, oh, it's not that I want to manipulate him. I want to have influence. I want to have an effect on him. I want my words to matter to him in the way that he takes them in, and then they become part of his thought process. And that he'll find merit with something that I said to the degree where he repeats it. That's how my brain works, and it'll work that out in a nanosecond. It's like instant tabulation. I mean, my brain, when it does work, is a supercomputer because it just stores all sorts of information. And it does like stats, and it'll give you times, whatever. I can give you the most detailed bullshit. And I love it, which is why when my brain was going wonky on all the meds, it was really, really upsetting for me because my brain is my biggest asset. You would think it would be my butt or my boobs, but no, it's my brain. And one of my ways of adapting through life, because I think this way, and because I store so much information, and because I process so quickly and so many things at a time, I dumb it down for people a lot. Like, I've had friends that were friends with me 30, 35 years that they literally, like, she's the smartest bitch I know, but she doesn't use that shit on me. They know it. They know it because they're like, she can't. If she starts using the big words, like, I just look at her like, what are you talking about? Because they don't understand what I'm saying. They like it sometimes because they laugh. Like, I'll say, "Oh my god, the cacophony noise in here." They're like, "Cacophony? Where'd you get that fucking word?" Like, when was the last time you took the SATs? Um, I didn't do well on the SATs. I got robbed the day I took the SATs at knife point. So I failed half of it. I passed the morning section, and then I got robbed and I failed the afternoon. And I was just like, screw it. I don't even care. But hey, bells and stars. How you doing? Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. It's awesome. Cool gamer. How you doing, honey? I gotta scroll back because StreamYard did that jumpy thing again. Wolfram. I was stationed in Germany for 2 years. When I came back, everyone said I had a German accent. Then I was stationed in Louisiana. Oh Lord, to go from a German accent to Louisiana? Good God. Came back with a Southern accent. Now, there's a difference between Louisiana accent and a Southern accent. And I love them both. But like the Louisiana accent is something else. I I don't know, there's something very harsh but yet seductive about it. It's weird. I love it. But I love a Southern accent. Listen, when Winning does like his little drawl every once in a while, it doesn't come up a lot, but every once in a while it'll like you hear that Southern boy jump in there. And I'm just like, oh, he's so cute. Like I can't hide my accent. I can't. Like, even that, say, I can't. Like, he tries to say it like me, and he can't do it because he just doesn't pronounce things the way I do. But, like, I say, orange instead of orange. Like, okay, it's supposed to be an orange, it's orange. Yeah, but we know that. I drink coffee. I get tired, oh my god, whatever. I could exacerbate it, like, I could exaggerate it, but I don't have to because it's so thick regularly. But I totally get that. Well, I would love to hear your Louisiana accent. That would be hilarious. But it's true, you do. Like, a lot of people have a talent for absorbing accents because they're so used to adapting to make other people comfortable, to become part of that group so that they don't stand out. Because think about it, like, we've all had our issues with, like, traumas in the past. You really don't want somebody sitting there, like, picking you apart, so you kinda wanna blend a little bit. Not totally, because we are individuals, but you wanna, like, be like, "Yeah, I'm just hanging out. I'm cool." Uh, when I lived in Kansas, I picked up that accent real quick. Like Real quick. Even now, sometimes I'm like, my mother's like, "Where you going?" I'm like, "I'm going to take a shower." It's always a shower. It's not a shower. It's a shower. Yeah, it's like, oh, we're buying a dog, a dog, a dog. Like I still say it, but and she just looks at me. I'm like, what? She's like, I can't understand your accent. Oh, bitch, you don't want to talk about accents, okay? All right, Marianne, you don't want to talk about accents. Where's Ghana? Like, let's not talk about speech patterns, mother. Les said, not just vocabulary, I'll say things exactly like them. The accent, tone, and cadence. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do it too, especially when I used to hang out down the projects. I would go ghetto real quick. Real quick. It's just like, okay. Hey nerd, what's up? Gotta watch out. That southern accent will stick to you. It does. It really does. But it makes everything sound nicer. One of the things that when Winning first met me, and by the way, he didn't like me when he when he met me because I was just some bimbo like doing dick jokes on some jackass's channel. And he just thought I didn't have a brain in my head, but whatever. He used to. What was the point? Like, oh, the southern accent. No. Uh, oh my God, what was the point of what I was saying? This is what today is going to be like. I apologize, guys, even though sorry, not sorry. Um, no, well, he didn't like me, and it took me a while to like get him to even like speak to me. But it was a weird thing. Like I enjoyed listening to him when we used to do like panels together because his thing was he would tell somebody, "Oh, you're from da da da," and they'd be like, "Oh my God, how do you know that?" He's so good at picking out the accents, but I did pick up a lot of affectations from him. It was so weird. It was so weird to me because I didn't think I would because he barely talked to me. But yeah, I picked up a lot of his accents. Um, Welcome bells. I can't remember what the hell I was gonna say before that, but I'm sure it'll come back to me at some point. The Louisiana accent is something all on its own. I love it though. I I love watching movies where the actor is actually from Louisiana and they're just like, I'm gonna hit you with the hammer. Like it's there's just a certain way that they talk, or like even like the Cajun accent, which a lot of that is like they lay that one on thick. But I think it's sexy. It's I don't know, it's nice. I love it. Um Nerd, my southern accent was trained out of me. And you think your southern accent was trained out of you? Because yeah, it wasn't. Take it from me. No, no, it wasn't. Like you definitely still have it. And not just when you're pissed. That's like me saying I'll drop my Jersey accent and talk normal. This is normal. My husband always knows when I've been talking to my family in Chicago, right? Listen, my accent has gotten so much thicker. Poor T Rex. When I moved to Pennsylvania, he was like, Shelly, I know you moved to Pennsylvania. I think your accent is thicker than it ever was. And that's because of the struns that's in the other room. Because I talk to her and my accent thickens, and then I start just randomly talking in Italian. And my daughter looks at me and she's like, I asked her, I was like, what is your problem? She said, I knew you spoke Italian. I didn't know you knew that much. I said, I don't normally speak that much. I said, but talking to her kind of activates the language memory. And I just kind of go into it and I don't realize it. And she gets like, your Italian's terrible. I'm like, not for nothing, but you speak Italian English. I was like, so because she does that thing my grandmother does where she's like, tutana, what's the word? Telephone. And like you couldn't just say that in Italian, like you didn't know the word. And she didn't, so she's got to skip over it. The R sound in the Southern accent is hard to control and sounds bad when singing classical music or opera like I had to. Yeah, well, it's always there. Last Shelly T3, you didn't like me when I first came around the pond. I followed you and I've never wavered in my support for you. Don't say I didn't like you. I don't like anybody. I dislike everybody that I meet. But it wasn't that I disliked you. You were just Lady Autumn Sky. Like that's who you were. I was fine with you, but I didn't know you. And I also had a lot of shit going on in the pond. I guess it'll come back over. It's come back over the year. Yes, nerd. It certainly did. But I wouldn't say that I didn't like you. I dislike everybody just because I like everybody to start on an even playing field. And then, I warm to them slowly. I tend to just put up a wall between me and anybody new, and I watch them and I observe them and I take little things that they say and I watch if their stories change because I'm always looking for betrayal around every corner because it's always around every corner. But no, oh no, you're so sweet. Oh, I love you, lady. Stop it. My best friend's dad is from Scotland, and his accent would get thicker after talking to his family in Scotland. Yeah. Oh yeah. And that it's so funny. It's so funny. Awesome, Bells. I hope you have a wonderful day. I know I'm off to a rocky start today, but it's been quite the week so far. I'm usually a little bit more organized than this, so but yeah, no, the Scottish accent, oh my god. I love talking to people from Scotland. I mean, I worked with a bunch of Danes and Swedes, and sometimes their accents, I'd be like, "It's cute," but I didn't understand a word you said. I didn't understand you at all, and it's funny to me, but whatever. It is what it is. Um, where was I? Oh, so when you do adapt, squirrel, I always squirrel. That's why I have a T-shirt that says squirrel. Um, I think one of the reasons we do it is, well, some of the reasons, we have fear of rejection, we have fear of standing out, fear of being different, unlovable, unlikable, because we don't agree with the majority or with the particular group that we find ourselves in. They all contribute to what I like to call, our chameleon tendencies. Like we saw it, hey, Heidi, no notification. Oh my goodness. Well, that explains a lot. Um, Welcome, Heidi. I'm glad you're here, honey. Glad you're here. We're talking about adaptation, how we adapt to fit in or to make other people comfortable or just to make ourselves comfortable. And I'm wondering, is it good or is it bad? I think everything in moderation is permissible, like stuff like this. I'm not talking about bad stuff. Even bad stuff in moderation is bad. But like just normal everyday stuff in moderation is a good thing. It's when you go, you know, crazy with it and it becomes who you are that you have a problem. Um, for me, I think some people misjudge the adapting as pandering. But to me, pandering is usually done to appease somebody or win them over. Like you have a purpose to that. You have a goal. You're adapting to win this person to your side. When we adapt, like when you pander, you're trying to win them. When you adapt, you don't really want them to come over to your side. You're just trying to kind of avoid having, your true selves be on display. You're not comfortable in your own skin. You're not comfortable you're going to be accepted or that you're going to be, seen as normal. You're afraid to draw extra attention to yourself. Yeah. And I think that's because most of us over our lives have been conditioned to see something about ourselves as wrong, or unnatural, or why are you weird, or this is strange because somebody somewhere criticized it. And now it's like, it's a bone of contention for you. Like it's always going to be one of those little sore spots that you have. Um, I was trying to think of Like, how do I explain it? I was like, well, examples usually work the best. And I was thinking, like, some of the common phrases that I've heard over my life, um, like from my mom. I made a list. Here we go. Be quiet. You talk too much. You're not as smart as you think you are. Oh, you're no prize. You're too stubborn. You're too loud. You're too independent. You're too difficult. You're too smart. You're too opinionated. No one's going to want to be with you because you're way too independent. You're way too into taking care of yourself. Um, yeah, it's good, Michelle, that you could support yourself because men don't like girls like you. You're very selfish. You're too strong. You're not girly enough. Then like there was my grandmother who I adored, was my hero, but that didn't mean that she was the most supportive when it came to emotional or mental health. Her favorite was, stop talking. By the way, stop talking and be quiet and I'm too loud are a theme. They all say it. And I may talk too much. That's why I'm doing this. I may be too loud. Oh, fucking well. And I don't know. I may be too abrasive and you just got to get the fuck over it anyway. This is me. My adapting day, that's what I wanted to say. I was talking to Winnie and I was trying to explain my past relationships and how my entire interaction with him is different from the day we became friends when we decided, you know, you're this way, I'm this way, these people are this way. Everybody else betrayed us. We're going to stick together. And it was a conscious decision. It actually was because I was like, I want to be friends. I was very upfront about it because he didn't have no time for Shelly. But like I said, he just wrote me off as some bimbette that was, on the amphibian show. And I mean, true to life, that was what I put forward. That was the persona I put forward. And he thought I was, you know, brain dead. He found out soon enough I was not. And now like he asked me one day, he was like, Can you really like do the like play stupid?" And I was like, "Now, probably not." I mean, I could, but it would bother me. It would bother me because I don't like not being true to who I am. And I was telling him about my, all my exes, and I said the difference between me and them, even with all my friendships, just friendships, like any relationship I had, whether it was with a relative, an ex, a friend, a parent, whatever, they got the version of me they needed to get. So, like with Katie's dad, I was very domineering. I was very mean. I was the villain of the piece. I treated him terribly. Why? Because he liked it. He liked it and he expected it and he thrived on it. It seemed to be all he wanted. Because if I was nice to him, he would go crazy and think that he could go fucking go off with this friend forever, not tell me where he went. He could ignore this. He could avoid this responsibility. And it was like, okay, so in order to get you to behave, I got to be a bitch. Okay, get ready to cry. And I used to make him cry. And he liked it. So that was the version of me that he got. He didn't get the mushy. He didn't get the affectionate. If he wanted something, I would deny him on purpose because he needed something to bitch about. That was what he thrived on. He needed to whine. So, all right, I'm just going to be really mean to you until you go away. But he just wouldn't go away. So I had to send him away. And he still comes back. And it's like, go away. Like, I have no use for you. But he got the version of me that he wanted the most. When I was with Billy, I was very, okay, sure, I was always cheerful. I was always, like the girly one. I was always that girl that he'd go, trot her out and go, look, this is my girl. Isn't she great? Look what I bought her. And I'm such a man. And okay, Michelle, go back into the corner. Okay. And I just do what I was told. And it was just like, all right, whatever. And that's why, like, none of these people had me because they didn't know me. I couldn't be myself with them. I could only be what they wanted, what they expected, whatever standard they had for me, whatever expectation they had for me, I met it time and time again. I never let them down. Now, in the end, were they like, "Oh, well, you wanted me to do that." Well, yeah, but then, it didn't feel right. And then it started getting well, what did you want? This, it. Ironically, they usually wanted who I truly was. But since they had rejected that or made me feel insecure in who I was when I met them, I adapted to give them what they wanted instead of who I was. And that would always fuck up the relationship every time because you can't maintain an alternate persona all the time. You just can't do it. And then they come out and they're like, "You're so different. Why are you acting so?" I'm acting like myself. This isn't you. Don't tell me who I am. Don't. I hate when people do that. They're like, "Oh, you're acting weird. You act like that." No, 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 no. Don't tell me who I am. I know who I let you see, but I know who I am. And with like he said, "Well, then none of these guys knew you." And I was like, "No, not one of them." Even now, like you could line them all up, and if I like just acted like myself, they'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with her? Like, did she lose her mind? Like, is she crazy? Is she on meds? Is she on drugs? Like, is she drunk? What's going on?" Like, because they wouldn't understand that I'm not always highly sexualized Michelle. I am not highly vulgar Michelle. I am not super smart Michelle. I am not super sarcastic Michelle. I am not mean Michelle. I am not super sweet Michelle. I am not, like the doormat. I am not the bully. I am all those things combined. And I can pick and choose whatever characteristic I need to give them that they want. And they don't get that all those things exist. I'm not just one dimensional. They would like me to be because it would be easier, but I'm not. I find accents fascinating and how people who live so close to one another can still sound so different, right? Oh, yeah. How close is trying to relate to someone and pandering? I find it hard to understand the two concepts. Because pandering, you're trying to get something out of somebody. You're trying to appease them in a way because you feel they're so different and you're trying to win them over. You're trying to influence them to do something they probably wouldn't do if you were just being yourself or if you were honest. Pandering is a lot like lying. You're trying to ply somebody by flattering them or like creating scenarios where they can relate so that you have like this weird kind of connection to them. You're pandering to them because you're giving them what you think they want in order to get something out of them. You're not really doing it just for friendship or just to create a connection so that you can have a more personal interaction with them. You're doing it to manipulate them. It's not about making them comfortable. It's about how can I get inside your head, make you like me, get you on my side, and then use you. Pandering is about the reward. Pandering is mostly about manipulation, where the bad kind. Whereas I believe adaptation or becoming relatable to somebody is more about a more positive kind of manipulation because you just want to make a connection. And it's not about what they can do for you. It's about that moment. It's about making that connection in that moment. It's not about how can I make this connection and make you into a useful tool for me. That's the way I see it anyway. But yeah, no, I was telling Winnie, I said, "Yeah, none of them know me." I said, "You got the only one that maybe came closest to knowing me as a person was probably Tommy." And that's because I didn't feel the need to make him feel comfortable. Like, because Tommy just didn't care. Tommy's very happy-go-lucky. I mean, granted, he killed his girlfriend, but before that, he was very happy-go-lucky, very, easygoing. Nothing rattled him. I've done horrible things to, like, make him lose his temper, and he just used to laugh at me and call me a noodle. Like, he'd be like, "You silly noodle." And I'd be like, "Really? Like, what do I have to do to get a freaking reaction out of you?" And he'd be like, "Just rub against me." And, like, that was our relationship. But he knew me to a degree. No one knows me like Winnick does, because I'm actually able to be myself with him, because I have that 51% trust. I was thinking about this earlier. I was like, how much do I trust Winnick? Because I trust him more than I trust anybody. And I was like, "Oh, like 97." And then I was like, "No, okay, be honest. Like, look at it honestly, Shell. How much do you trust him?" And I trust him, I think 51%. And I have 49% left to go, because I don't distrust him 49%. It's just there's variables that haven't been tested yet, or have, scenarios that we haven't gone through. So that's a growing thing, but that's good because there's room for growth. I would rather there be room for me to trust him more than to be like, "This is the ultimate that I'm gonna trust you." That, like, no, that can't be right. And it wasn't. Like, my brain kept telling me, "Oh, you trust him 100%." And my heart was like, "Yeah, do you though?" Like, it's not a personal thing. It's not a slight. It's, you've only known this much of life with him. You've only been through this kind of scenario with him. You know, we're only this far down the road. Do you trust him this far down the road? Absolutely. More than I've ever trusted anybody. But there's so much road left to go. There's trust left to be gained. And that made me feel better to realize that, to be honest with myself and say, "No, don't sugarcoat it. Don't, like, exaggerate it. It's not 100%. It's 100% of what we have at the moment, but there's so much more that, that we can travel together." And that's important to me, not just with him, but with other people. I want there to be potential for growth. I want there to be potential for, you know, a deeper connection, for more profound conversations, stuff like that. And I think it's a really good thing. Lunch is over. Talk to y'all later. Have a good day, nerd. Last said, in my opinion, it has to do with intention, and if it doesn't pass the gut check, it doesn't pass the gut check. Like, you can feel that there's a lack of being genuine. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like when you talk to somebody and they're talking to you and they're kind of picking up your mannerisms, but you could tell it's an unconscious thing that they're doing, like, that they're not aware that they're doing it. They're just doing it because they're comfortable. They're getting, like, they're kind of flowing with your vibe. And that's what happens. It does. It happens a lot. But then you have the people that go out of their way to try to be like you, or to try to appeal to, like, what they think is important to you, or what they think is culturally appropriate for you, or whatever. And you just look at them and you're like, "Really? Really? Like, you're trying too hard. Like, back it up a little bit." But yeah, so there's that. Let's see. Back to, okay, so again, stop talking. Grandma used to say stuff like, "Go in the other room. I'm busy. Go entertain yourself. Oh, you're too loud. You shouldn't be underfoot. Go be quiet. Go be useful. Don't be needy. Don't be clingy. Do it yourself. Don't be selfish. I'm not your slave. Nobody's your slave. Learn to be self-sufficient, Michelle. Oh, you're too generous. You're too trusting. You're too nice." Then she turned around. "Why are you so tough? Why you gotta be a tough girl? Can't you be more like a girly girl? Like, can't you be more like ladylike? And then go here, go there, go do this for your uncle, go do that for your mother. Don't ask for anything. Don't expect anything. Don't rely on anybody for anything. Just rely on yourself. Go rely on yourself. Learn to do it yourself. Fix it yourself. Pay for it yourself. Buy it yourself. Make it yourself. Why are you so independent? Oh my God. And it's just like, and it would always end with, "Oh, you'll never get married at this rate." That was my grandmother. "Oh, you'll never get married at this rate." My mother would say, "No man would want you because you're too independent. You're no prize." And my grandmother would tell me to go and learn how to do everything myself and then tell me I was too independent and I would never get married at this rate because I was too independent. So it was like mixed signals are all I've ever gotten. It's I'm so comfortable with mixed signals because I just look at people and go, "Whatever, I'll figure it out myself." Um, Adapting when it comes to, like, my uncle. "Hey, big mouth." He used to love to call me that. "Hey, big mouth," or mega mouth. Um, he called me a bullhorn once. He'd be like, "Hey, ugly, oh, you got a mouth on you. Oh, why you so lazy?" Or "Why you so this?" You know, he'd come in for I wouldn't even open my mouth. He'd go, "You just shut your mouth. I'm not in the mood for you today." "Okay. You don't know anything. You're a spoiled brat. You need to do more for me and for the family and for the business." When I got married, he said, "I actually feel bad for your husband. Can't believe you ever got one, but I feel bad for your husband. Poor internet Brett." That's what he used to call him to his face. Internet Brett. When I was growing up, he was like, "I hope you never have kids. God, you're embarrassing. Can't believe you're all we got." Because I was the only kid for like 15 years. Yeah. My favorite was, "Oh my God, if you ever do anything right, I'll die of shock." He was just such a lovely person. And my mother's like, "Why don't you talk to your uncle?" Gee, I wonder why. I don't know. My aunts, the ones that all passed away, "Oh, you're not very ladylike." That was my Aunt Marie. "That's not what a lady does." And I used to stare at her, then I guess I'm not a fucking lady. And she gets so mad, but it just like, don't don't poke the bear unless you want me to growl back at you. Um, she loves saying, like, "You're not like the rest of us. Why can't you, be like the rest of us? You can't draw, you can't sing, can't dance. Yeah, you're not as pretty as us," which I hate to say it, I'm way prettier than people in my family, but whatever. Um, be softer. You need to, like, not be so, and she would never say loud. She would say, "Your volume needs work." Thank you. Thank you so much, Giggy. Be quiet, be a lady, you're too much. Yeah, my favorite for her was, "I think God was drunk when he made you." She used to just look at me and say that, and I'd be like, "But, like, what am I doing that's so out of the ordinary?" I don't know. Uh, these are all things that people tell you that make you feel like you don't belong. They make you feel like you have to change who you are depending on who you're around, or you're just never gonna be accepted. Hideous! Aw, hi, Darth. I miss you, honey. I mean, the word is demure. Not sure you're familiar with it. Yes, I know what demure is. I mean, I did go to Catholic school. They did have, like, we had deportment the first, like, 2 years I was in Catholic school. Do you know that? They actually taught you, like, how to sit, how to, like, hold the pen correctly, how to hold a cup, how to use utensils. That was part of my curriculum in Catholic school for kindergarten and 1st grade. It was called deportment. Mhm. You know what demure isn't? Yeah, listen, I'm not demure. I grew up in a gas station. Like, that's the other thing. Everybody wanted me to be so goddamn ladylike. If they wanted me to be like this frilly, like, "Oh my God, I'm such a girl," kind of thing, maybe don't put me to work in a gas station by the time I'm 9. That coulda had something to do with it. Don't have me hang around truck drivers and cops and firemen and construction workers and mobsters. How about I just don't hang around nothing but dudes? And I might act a little more ladylike, but no, I was the only kid. So I got put in the gas station because got to be there. Got to work that kid, man. That child labor. mm, You only get them for a certain amount of years. Doo, 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 doo. Wait. Suzanne, what's up? How you doing? My StreamYard keeps jumping. So if I miss you guys, I apologize. I keep having to go back. StreamYards is killing me lately. 9 more minutes ago being caught up. Don't worry, Heidi. It's not like I'm very interesting today, obviously. Last said when I would tell on my brother for hitting me, my mom would say, go to the basement, you're too loud, handle whatever it is. Just don't get any blood on my rug. See, I didn't have any kids my age. It was all adults. So it was just like they always took their side. And it was like, all right. And then when I became an adult, I was still treated like a kid. I'm still treated like a kid. You think I'm treated like a 50-year-old woman? I'm not. Nope. Nope. I have rules. Are you kidding me? Like, what are you gonna do? Ground me if I don't fucking do them? I'll be waiting here. Inya. We'll be we'll be here waiting, Inya. Okay. Inya's not here yet though. Oh, waiting on you. We'll be waiting on you, I reckon. The first time I said, "You reckon?" And everybody in my school that I was like at lunch with, because it was like a packed lunchroom, everyone quiet and just looked at me. I was like, "What? What do we do?" I reckon they're gonna call like a snow day tomorrow. And then you reckon? Listen, it's a word, okay? I learned to use it. That's how they spoke. Sometimes it sneaks back in. I can't help it. But yeah, waiting on you. I couldn't even figure out what the hell I even texted good grief. The girl is that right? We speak typo, you know that. People literally do that all the time. I know what demure isn't. Yeah, I know what demure isn't, and it isn't. No, and I never claimed to be demure. Can I be? Yes. Me in a dress is a very, very different person. I don't know what it is, but the minute I put a skirt or a dress on, I turn into this very I'm number 1, I'm taller, which is just weird. But I move in a much more restrained, calculated way. I sit in a much more not restrained way, but I'm a lot more tense. Like I'm very aware of every angle, everything that I do, the way I speak, my volume, my mannerisms, the way I walk, the way I sit, like I said, it's just very, very different when I'm in a dress. And I'm very ladylike. Like it's disgusting for me because I won't like I don't even curse much. The only thing that I tend to be a little like when I'm in a dress, I want to dance. I don't know what it is. I just want to dance. I don't care if it's a slow dance, fast dance, whatever. I just want to dance. When I'm wearing a dress, I want to dance. But I am much more demure. I am very, very ladylike. I'm very big on the whole charm school thing. Like that was a thing in my family. We actually had lessons where they sat you down and a lady sits like this and a lady sits like that. And, if you're wearing this, you have to do that. Like all those lessons were there. I just had no place to use them because I was always in jeans and running errands and working at the gas station. When was I going to use them? Shelly Souge. All right. Mechanics are probably the worst. Yep. Then the mobster. Sits on stream roads to keep her from jumping. Thank you, honey. Bats at it with paw. Thank you, Wolfie. I appreciate that because this one is like popping all over the place. It's ridiculous. Darth Hideous Project 2025 mandatory dresses. I wish that was a thing. I do. I wish men had to go back to wearing suits and we had to go back to wearing dresses because I think it was a much more refined, dignified society. I do. I think people acted with a lot more decorum and things were just they were just classier. You know, you didn't have these weirdos outside in chaps and blue hair and nose rings and like I may not dress ladylike all the time. Like I'm not dressed to the nines, but you look at me and know I'm a girl. You know, I identify as a girl. I've always identified as a girl, and I am a girl. And the thing is, like, sometimes I'll be talking to Winnie, and he's like, "Yeah, da, 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 da." Well, I didn't expect. I'm like, you need to remember, I'm not just Shelly. I'm a girl. Damn it! Like, I still have the girly feelings. I might not be sitting here trying to manipulate you, you know, left, right, and center, but I'm still a girl. You know, I still have all the emotions that go with the girl. Just because I've learned to like temper them and only do them like online, you know, like for the show, doesn't mean they're not there. Like I still need the girly things. I need all the girly things. And he's like, okay. And it's good. Just remind him. And he's like, all right, all right, all right. But I yeah, people tend to forget. And they're like, you know, I forget that you like the mushy stuff too. I'm like, I am a hopeless romantic. Jesus. It's just I don't like showing that to everybody. Like that's only for the people that I can trust. Because it's too easy to take advantage of somebody when you know that they have, you know, squishy bits. Uh Lydia Osum, for the record, my brother is 3.5 years older. So yeah, he kicked my butt all over the place. Aw. My parents shouldn't have been surprised I got in so many fights. My fist solved problems. I have a thing in the merch store that says violence is not the answer, except it is. Because it is. Sometimes it really is. Sometimes it's all you got. Waits for wires to zap Wolf. Oh, Inya. See, I said her name and there she is. Inya out you all around you. How you doing, baby? I don't think mechanics should be wearing suits, just FYI. No, but they should be wearing uniforms. I liked it when they all wore uniforms. All the guys that worked for me, they all had the blue uniform pants, and we had special Hank Service blue t-shirts made up. You guys would have loved the Hank Service shirt. It had a Porsche with um the hood popped, which of course the hood is the trunk in a Porsche, in case nobody knew. Um and this, you know, like cartoon chick with like this big blonde, like Farrah kind of like hair with the low cut shirt and the big boobs and the Daisy Dukes and the high heels. I love that shirt. I wore that shirt forever. I had it in all different sizes. I had it for the pool, I had it for work, I had it for school, even though they didn't like it. Um, but I went to public high school for my senior year so they could go scratch. I wore it to bed, you know, I had like the long one. It was great. I loved that shirt. It was so cute. And it was navy blue. I know most women have like you open their closet and it's just colors everywhere. Yeah, you open my closet, you see black, blue, red. That's it. Those I am not I'm not a pastel-y kind of person. I don't like prints. You know, I like navy blue, you know, fire engine red, and pitch black. Like those are the three colors that I primarily wear. And I mean all sorts of different clothes, but it's those are the colors. Which is great. If I ever go colorblind, I won't have a problem. I'll just mix and match and I'll be fine. But no, I used to like when employees like at any kind of like service industry had a uniform because at least then I knew who the hell you were. I knew who to ask. I knew who to go to. You know, you go somewhere, everybody looks like they're just shopping or whatever. I'm like, who works here? Oh, I work here. Do you have a freaking name tag or something? Like something to oh, I have a lanyard, but it's like in their pocket. How am I supposed to know? But yeah, no, I like the uniforms. It was just And it made them look like they were, like a more professional group. Like that, like, I don't know, we were more legit. I want those days to come back. I do. I think dress codes are important. I think that we should dress to a certain standard so we exude a certain amount of polish. Like that's the whole thing. Everybody's like, "Oh, I'm rough around the." No, you're just rough. You're not rough around the edges. I mean, I can clean up nice. I know how. I could go bummy, I can go sporty, I can go preppy, I can go girly, I can go super glam and fancy, I can go gothy. I can wear them all because I'm highly adaptable, because I can switch to that aspect of my personality and be completely comfortable in it. But that's not everything of who I am. I know who I am, but there's nothing I could do other than be me to reflect that. So this is me. It's not always going to be one thing or another. It's not always going to be what you want. You're going to get the version of me that I am today. And like I usually say, like with me now, what you see is what you get. I don't have the energy to put masks on. I don't have the energy to pretend to be somebody else or just to stick to one aspect of my personality. Like however I feel, that's how I am. It's not always predictable. It's not always fun, but it's real. And at least you get what you pay for. Like here she is. There you go. Last said I went to some classes like that. They taught us to always wear pantyhose. Oh my god, yes. The whole thing, like the pantyhose and the shapewear and everything. Like when I was growing up, it was actually like they saw it as like being immoral. Like you were loose if you didn't have like a faja, um, like a girdle. It didn't matter what size you are. You could have been 90 pounds. You wear a girdle because that's what's appropriate. Like if you're wearing a dress, you wear a girdle with the pantyhose with a slip. I don't understand these girls that go out with like no slip. You see right through the dress. And I'm like, really? Like, I know you're like, that's just me. You just you be okay. Oh, it's just more comfortable this way. Yes, but you're also like showing a lot more than you should. And there is such a thing that, mystery is a good thing. You don't want to like, give the whole thing away. How about that? Like be a little mysterious. Not everybody on the street needs to know what color underwear you have on, and not everybody wants to know. And you're putting that information on them like, like you're doing them a favor. No. That makes me uncomfortable. It really does. It's a weird like old-fashioned kind of thing. Just if you're wearing a see-through dress, fucking put a slip on. What is so hard about that? Oh, well, it's just too much. You know what? Go get undressed for your man. Take the dress off. He would love to see you in a long silky slip because then in his head he's like, I'll get that offer. It's like unwrapping a present. I mean, there's surprise to it. There's anticipation. It helps build. You don't want to just hand somebody a gift and go, here, it's a vase. Like that ruins the surprise. Let them unwrap it. Let them be surprised. That's just my retarded way of thinking, but whatever. Um, how to walk in heels. Yes. Up and down steps without looking down. Yes, I still haven't mastered that. I can do it if I'm in a dress. I'm very, very careful about my steps when I'm in a dress. But when I'm just running around doing stuff, yeah, that's how I fall upstairs. Uh, how to dress for an interview. That was always a huge one. Always. How to dress for an interview. They don't even teach these kids how to do that anymore. They don't tell them, maybe run a comb through your hair, make sure your teeth are brushed, wash your face, wash behind your ears, put on deodorant. How about a little touch of cologne? Now let's start with the clothes. Like they don't do that anymore. So these kids show up for like interviews wearing like, go fuck yourself t-shirts and torn jeans, and their hair is like all bushy or whatever, uncombed, and they haven't brushed their teeth in like 2 days, and they got Cheetos stuck in them. And it's just like you look at these kids and you're like, no. Have pride in your appearance. Take some care. Because if you have some care about your appearance, you're telling the interviewer, hey, you know what? This means something to me. I put forward a lot of effort. I want you to see that I put forward effort and I will continue, if you hire me, to give you this effort in different areas. It's a signal that you're willing to be a team player and put your best foot forward and be their best representation in the office. That's what you're telling them. That's the message they're receiving. When you show up looking unkempt, they're like, oh God, another one. Like, because they know that you're going to be the person who comes in late, who spills coffee on the keyboard, who bitches and moans over every single thing they have to do, whose workstation looks like hell. They could never find anything if you go on vacation. They know that. They know that because that's what you're projecting. When you take a little care, you let people know, hey, I'm putting forth this effort, and you also let them know I put this effort in. You will show me a certain amount of respect. You will treat me a certain way. And if you don't, well, then it's going to be an issue and I'm going to bring it up because I take pride in who I am and I take care of myself. You're going to take care of me too. Like that's what you're telling them. And all of that is lost when they show up looking like bums. I'm not sure what the class was called. They called it oh god, there were two names for it. One was deportment class and the other one was, it wasn't charm. I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, it did have a specific thing and it was actually on my kindergarten report card. I got graded on that shit. And I forgot until like maybe I don't know. I think I was married like a year and we were going through like some old papers and whatever. And I was like, oh my God, it's my report cards from grammar school. And Brett was like, let me see. And he was like, what the hell is this on your kindergarten thing? And he's older than I am. And I was like, what do you mean? And I'm looking, I was like, oh my God, that's what they graded me on? Has manners, knows how to share, knows how to sit correctly, uses utensils correctly, you know, table matter. All those things got grades. All of them. Granted, it was either satisfactory, unsatisfactory, or improvement needed, but they were all graded. And it was 4 semesters. And I mean, there were regular subjects and stuff like that, but it was kindergarten. But they put a lot of emphasis on my social um, education, I guess, in how to act, how to sit, how to react, how to look, how they taught us patience. They taught us, all these different things that don't get taught anymore. And you would think parents would teach their kids that. And trust me, I can tell you from experience, they don't. They don't. Every single one of my kindergarten classes started off with manners are free and we're going to use them. Because I don't like when kids come over and go, give me, who are you talking to? You ain't talking to me like that. Like, because I will match your energy every time. Like, make a better choice. I always say that. I'm not loving your tone, not loving your lack of manners. Take a minute, back up, rethink it, and make a better choice. And they like these little 5-year-olds be like looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with this? But they would. If you give them the opportunity, they can do the right thing, but they need that minute and that redirection for you to say, hey, how you're acting, that's not going to fly here. There's a different way to be, and you know it. And I need you to bring out that person. I need you to be better. Make better choices. And they will. And they'll be proud of themselves. I used to love when a kid would like, especially like I had such rude kids, like my first year. I didn't know how to deal with them. And then this one kid came in and I was always saying, manners are free. Say please and thank you. What's the magic word? What am I waiting to hear? And they're because they do rebel a little bit. And this one kid came in one day and he asked for something very politely, and then he said please, which I was like, "Oh." And I was willing to take that win and run with it. And then when I was done, he was like, "Thank you, Miss Michelle. I appreciate you." And I was like, "Where'd you learn that?" He was like, "My mother told me that I should say that." I was like, "Oh." But he went home and said, I'm not doing what everybody else says, and, like, I feel like I like Miss Michelle keeps saying about manners and manners and manners, and I don't understand." And his mother actually took the time to explain to him, "Okay, well, when you're not in the house, you have to treat people with a certain amount of respect if you want them to treat you with respect." So he learned in that first day home that there was a reciprocity to it. Like if he wanted something from me, he had to be willing to give something in return. I wasn't asking for anything but a little consideration and appreciation. And when he realized that, he really learned how to use that, and he became one of the sweetest kids I had. Like, he learned to open doors for the girls. He'd hold the door open for a buddy to come through or whatever. He'd be like, "I'll take your time." He became much more considerate of other people through that. And that was a joint effort between, like, the mother and me. But that made my whole year, because this was a kid that came in entitled as fuck, rude as could be. And I was like, "See, no. Oh, you're so cute, but we're not doing that here." Like, no, no. And he learned really quick, and it made my heart just so happy, because I know he went forward out of that class with that initial lesson always with him. He wasn't gonna just forget one day that manners exist. It would always be somewhere. It would pop up probably when he least expected it. And yeah, busy work day, all for the coveralls over the wife beater on the mechanics. Yes, please. Like, if I'm going to pick up my car, I don't want to see your nipples. Like, I'll ask if I want to see your nipples because I'm that girl. The ones that aren't related to me. Lots of car repair shops, mechanics in my family. Hell yeah. It's always good to have mechanics because that is an expense you don't need. Anyone who thinks violence isn't the answer isn't a student of history. It's almost always the answer. Absolutely, Darth. I'm with you. I'm with you. Michelle is actually all neon, everything delivered. I'm 80s, top to bottom. I'm very 80s. There you go. I just had a flashback of like the pink and black kind of plaid shirts, the big shirts that we wore in the 80s, the ones with the buttons and like the slits on the side. Mine had no back with the belt. Remember the girls used to wear like the neon belt. They were thick plastic leather belts. They were like 4 inches wide. And you wouldn't meet them in the middle like straight across like you would a normal belt. You threaded it through the buckle from the side, went over that little pokey thing, the fastener, and then down the other side so that it was kind of like on an angle. So you had like this whole big strip of belt just like hanging down, like hitting your thigh whenever you friggin' walked. That was a whole big thing. I had one of those. Mine was neon pink. It was the pink that kind of like my brand. But anyway, I'm not going to read too much into that, but okay. But yes, iridescent. It was neon and iridescent. I love the neon colors, especially orange with my daughter's skin tone. Oh, yeah, I didn't have any of the orange stuff. I didn't. And now I won't own anything orange because I just hate the color. My color. Wolfra, it's time. Is it? Is it really? Okay. So Wolfram with the super chat says it's time. I love that one. I really do. Wolfram, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. He said, it's time. It's booby time. Bubs and ass. See, in winning listens, I said, don't put my super chat up when he plays that one because it covers their ass. I don't like it. I remember when we dressed in our Sunday best on planes. Yes. And like there used to be a time where you had a business section in town. You didn't see anybody going on bikes through there. Nobody was wearing shorts. That was the business section in town. That's where all the executives were. You just didn't let the riffraff like go in there. If it was somebody that wasn't wearing a suit, most likely they were a messenger. Just saying, or a delivery person of some type. But they weren't doing business there for themselves. Like they were just delivering something and running. But yeah, they used to all wear suits and dresses, and everybody was very, I enjoyed that in my office. I used to love dressing up to work in Shipco. I always wore like in the hot months, I would wear dresses like all the time. But like as soon as Thanksgiving hit, it was pantsuits. Like, but I didn't wear like the blazer. I always had, like the really nice, like girly shirt with, cleavage. But I had like, the high heels and everything. I never was bummy ever. Even when he was like, "Oh, when we were moving stuff because we had to move offices." I was still dressed in my clothes and he was like, "How are you going to pick it up?" I'm not picking anything up. You don't pay me for manual labor like that. You pay me for my brain, not my muscles. Like you move it. I work with a bunch of dudes. Pick up the desk and move it. I'm not carrying shit. I don't know who you're talking to. Like, I just got my nails done. Are you crazy? Like, and he would just look at me and be like, such a woman. And I'd be like, like, I'm glad you remembered. But I used to enjoy getting dressed up. I used to look forward to it. I would lay out my clothes the night before, make sure, give them to grandma. She'd iron them because I hate ironing. Well, no, I love ironing, but I didn't like ironing with her iron because it was old as fuck. And if you did it the wrong way, it left like a big scorch mark because it was super hot. But she loved to iron, so it was like, here. She used to like hang my clothes up on the door so that they were ready for me the next day. It was great. I miss being spoiled, man. Anyway, now I'm the one that does it. But yeah, I used to love it. It would you just feel better when you're more well put together. When you've taken the time to like make sure your hair is right, make sure your makeup's right, make sure this outfit is on and popping, like you present better to the world, you feel better about yourself. And it does inspire confidence. It does. You can be whoever you want to be, but when you're dressed like that, it without even trying, you become a more confident person. You stand more confident. It's something that you exude, and people don't do that anymore. Now everybody's exuding laziness and, their identity. Like, let me not go there. But yes, Shelly, no pantyhose. Also send a message. You were loose. Yes. Yes. And do you know, like, if I put a picture of a pair of like pantyhose, there's whole generations that would have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. If I put up a picture of a plastic egg, a big plastic egg, and clear nail polish, they'd have no idea how those two things relate to one another. They wouldn't even know what's in the egg. First of all, they'd be like, "Why it's not Easter?" No, those are pantyhose. Like those are leg eggs. Like they're legs. Get it? Ah, but that's how we bought them. I asked my mother that. I said, "Did they even sell pantyhose anymore?" She was like, "They do. It's really hard to find, though." I said, "God, I remember when you'd walk in CVS and half the wall, the long wall after the makeup, it was all pantyhose. Every color, shape, shape wear, shape size. Like it was, you had the glittery ones, you had the matte ones, you had nude, you had like all these different ones. You had the ones that were like, full leg, support. You had compression pantyhose. You had any kind of pantyhose, 99 cents. 99 cents. And then you went and got the clear nail polish because if you got a run in your pantyhose, you want to stop that bitch. I don't know why we used clear nail polish because it never really worked, but we all clung to that hope that it would. But yeah, no, our kids wouldn't understand. The same way they don't understand if you put up a cassette deck and a pencil and go, how do these two relate? I know. Zoop, 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 zoop. Let's rewind that tape that just came out. Hmm. They don't know how to do any of that stuff. They don't know what the hell a friggin' why you would need a key to go roller skating either. They have no idea. No clue. Kills me. Oh yeah, starting off girls with lacy petticoats. Listen, my grandmother used to have she did the whole thing. Like she was very old fashioned in the way she dressed because she always wore a dress. I saw my grandmother in pants 3 times in my entire life and each time sticks in my brain because it bothered me so much. But she always wore the house dress in the house, standard old lady, to the knee house dress with the pockets with, one had like a butterscotch in it, the other had like 14 paper towels that she used as a tissue, along with them down her bra and up the sleeve and whatever. I swear to God, she would walk and there'd just be like tissues everywhere, just paper towels, because tissues are for dainty people, and she would blow her nose like, really. So she needed a paper towel. But I mean, she had a whole thing going on underneath those house dresses too. Like she had the long line bra because God forbid you jiggle anywhere or anybody sees anything. Full coverage, like front, sides, back, everything. It had bones so that it was like rigid. She had the panty girdle, or like she'd have the girdle with the garters because she wore pantyhose every day. Every day my grandmother wore pantyhose. Did she have pull-on pantyhose? No, she had thigh highs because that's what she wore. So I don't know how she did it. I still struggle to get that little hook on the top of the to get the garter hook on the top of the pantyhose to latch. She could do that shit in the dark with one hand while she was doing something else. And it was clipped. And I'm like, how the hell? She was like, "You'll get used to it." No, I won't. Like, and I never did. I can undo them like a motherfucker. But to actually like clip them, no, that's the hardest thing in the world. Mm-mm. And you got to twist a certain way. Like she could put them on. If she put on, um, like the hose that had the seams, her seams were perfectly straight every time. Every time. Do you know what a wandering, curvy road my freaking pantyhose would look like if I'm trying to like get the seams? I'd have to have somebody else do it. It's not a skill I have. It's just not. It's really not. I think they're fucking sexy as hell. I love them, but I can't do it myself. I'll do it, but then I'm like, somebody's got to check my seams because they're not working. It's just not working. Um, Lady Awesome, it wasn't a class with school. My parents sent me at 16. I went on set. Oh yeah, that's charm school. Mhm. It was like, I don't know, like what they call it, debutante training or like cotillion training, some shit like that. Uh Dress respectful to earn respect for starters. Absolutely, Wolfram. Abso-fucking-lutely. Etiquette. There you go. Thank you, Suzanne. There you go. Etiquette classes. That's what it was called for young and proper ladies. Yep. We had it for everybody. In Catholic school, it was just part of the curriculum. I remembered recently because my dad kept my graduation from. Aw, I found a bunch of report cards and accomplishments I had achieved. I never knew till this year that he kept all that stuff in mind. Aw, that would have made me cry. Hmm. Heidi taught my 3 to dress for the position they want, regardless of the position they're applying for. Yep. Mm-hmm. Never hold yourself back. Always go for like the biggest thing. And then if you fall a little short, well, at least you're on your way. But set your sights on something that is huge and just go for it. Always go for it. The big bells. Shelley, my boy taught his teacher proper elocution and how to speak to others. It was a sight to witness. I was so proud. Aw, that's so cute, Suzanne. I could see him doing that though. Um, Connor's like that. He's like, why do you have to talk like that? Why do you have, like he said that to my mother? He was like, why are you being so loud? He was like, you don't have to yell at me to get your point across. In fact, you're much better off being very calm. Otherwise, I'm just going to turn you off and walk away. He was like, because I don't like being yelled at and I don't have to stand here and let you do it. And she was just like, and I was like, so there. I was like, I guess he told you. But yeah, he was right though. He was like, I don't understand why you're screaming. There's nothing to yell about. Why are you so loud? She was totally taken aback, like, oh my God, what the hell just happened? I hated the color orange when I first moved to Tennessee. Now it's your favorite. Well, it kind of has to be, doesn't it? I get the Tennessee and orange thing. I do. Only because I've been in experts chat and I've seen it. But yeah, no, I get the orange thing now for you. Oh yes, the belt I wanted, but dad wouldn't allow. Oh, he was staunch about etiquette and how we dressed when in public. Yeah, because it was kind of like it was supposed to be a rebellious look, like, oh, I'm gonna wear this weird because I'm so out there. Like, I don't know who the hell we thought we were. And no, I'm not a Tennessee Bold fan. No, but it stands to reason that you're gonna be a fan of orange if you live in Tennessee. You kind of gotta be, or you're gonna be miserable. Darth, once upon a time, parents taught their kids respect. I don't know when that stopped, but it was before my time. That's funny. Darth, now my boy is so respectful and mindful of others because he's raised right. Well, I mean, he's raised you're older, you're old fashioned. You have that mindset that that's important. You know that that's important, Suzanne. A lot of people now don't think that that's important. They're like, oh, they have other stuff to learn. What? Critical race theory? Like they need to learn how to be what, a communist? Like that's what's important? How about we teach them to be respectful, decent, upstanding human beings? How about that? Who have pride in themselves instead of pride in, all these different agendas and ideations and whatever. Like, don't have pride in a lifestyle of other people. How about you have pride in yourself? You know, God made you the way you are. Why don't you present the best version of that to the world that you can? Do him some justice. Do it out of appreciation. Be thankful for what you have instead of going out and screaming about all the things that you want. Like, just celebrate and make the most of who you are. Stop trying to like be like everybody else, or stop trying to like push all these people's like what they want, because in the end, it's not going to matter. You're just going to have put out all this energy for what? For something that in 5 years we're not even going to be talking about? All these trendy things? Find something that's, stood the test of time and maybe put your efforts toward that. But maybe I'm just crazy, right? Exceptions exceptions disprove rules since when? I'm happy Georgia won, but I don't like to rub it in. Tennessee has some wonderful peeps. Hi Tim, what's up? I love Tennessee. I mean, I love Georgia. Georgia has a special place in my heart, but I do love Tennessee. That was where I wanted to move. I didn't want to move to Pennsylvania. I wanted to move to Tennessee. I was willing to move to Georgia, but I wanted to move to Tennessee, and I kind of still do. I still do. I still look at houses on Zillow in Tennessee. I'm like, oh, I would love that one. So I'm still, I know this is not my last place. I wish it was my last move, but I know it's not, because I know that this is nice for me to like get better and get stronger and see doctors and whatever, and have somebody who can help take care of things. But that's not where I want to wind up. I want to wind up in Tennessee. In the mountains, but still in Tennessee. There was a time that 90% of my clothes were business casual to the nines. Yeah. I used to love going clothes shopping to buy my clothes. And my husband would be like, "Oh my god, you're so different on the weekends." Because yeah, as soon as I came home, those clothes they came off because those were they were not cheap clothes. I was not wearing them to lounge around the house. But even then, like, what did I switch? Then I would switch into my jeans and my t-shirt or my jeans and like a tank top or whatever. But I really enjoyed that whole it was like putting on the best version of me for everybody to see. And I really took a lot of pride in what I wore and like how I put it together. It was an expression of me. It's not like I looked like everybody else, but it was classy. It was elegant at times, not always because I am still me. I still fall downstairs. But, there was a certain elegance to it that it made me act with a certain decorum that I didn't act like when I was in jeans or shorts or whatever. And I missed it. I missed it. And my whole closet was like mostly business wear. I demand my children treat each other with kindness and respect. And that's amazing, Suzanne. I love that. I mean, that's the one thing I always tell my kids. I want you to be happy in life. I want you to, pursue your dreams, everything. But please, please do not be like me. You have good hearts. Be kind. Be kind. It doesn't matter if the person is an asshole. If they haven't done anything to you, just be kind. You don't know what they're going through. You don't want to be the person who pushes them over the edge. You don't want to be the straw that broke the camel's back because you can't undo shit like that. Just go forward and be kind until it's time to not be kind. Because that time, that comes too sometimes. It does. You don't have to be an asshole, but if somebody's an asshole to you, you could turn the other cheek, and then if they smack that one too, then you smack back. Like, but don't be the asshole out the gate. Don't be that person that people look at and go, ugh, this one's coming. Like, just be kind. That's all. That's all I ask. Lady Awesome, I put clothes out from my first set of twins, and it shows. Oh, now he's 18 years old. Son will not pick out anything worth a damn. His sister picks his clothes out when he goes out with her. Oh my goodness, that's funny. That's when she's like, I know you're not wearing that. Like, wait, let me go see what's in your closet. It's funny. My second set, I let them pick them out and dress themselves, and they're only 5. Aw. You have tutus for the girl? Every 5-year-old I know loves tutus. I had tons of tutus. Now you gotta give them a turntable, a record 0 instruction. Oh my god, could you imagine? They wouldn't even they'd be like, "Well, how do you make it play? Like, where are the buttons?" Like, they wouldn't know what to do with the needle, not on a turntable. Or if the record skipped, they wouldn't know what a quarter's for. None of them. They'd be like, "Give me a piece of tape and a quarter. I'll fix it. No problem." They have no idea. See how long it takes them to figure that out, right? Tim, I wear the same clothes every day, so I don't have to decide. Basic black. There you go. I find nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. Suzanne, oh my God, Shelly. Little girls all started with leotards from infancy with the lacy little bottom. Oh my God, yes, with the little frills on their butt. They're the little lines of the late. Oh my God, my daughter had those. I was so happy when my daughter was able to like walk around. I used to get her the little pinafore dresses. Like they're like tank top dresses, but they're thick tank tops on top, so like nothing shows. Um, and like the arm things weren't like big and baggy, but they were like these cute little A-line shirts that kind of went down to her hip. And then they'd have the little pantaloons that came up with like the elastic around the leg and like she was so cute. Oh my God. She'd walk around in her little diaper, just toddle around. And oh my God, those are my favorite. My daughter had so much clothes, like so many dresses. I always had her in like really girly clothes. Her hair was always done. I was so excited when I was able to like gather her hair for the first time and put a bow in it. Oh my god, she looked like a freaking like one of those little Shih Tzus with the little thing coming out the top of her head. But we were so excited. We are like, "Oh my god, she's got a bow in her hair." Until then, I used to use like the headbands with the little flowers and stuff. But yeah, she was always very girly when she was little. Very girl. Even now, it's like she still prefers to look girly. Do, 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 do. Take a second. Blah blah blah. Last said, I'm attempting to get taffy out of my daughter's blanket. Did you put it in the freezer first? Because you got to freeze taffy. Don't put ice on it directly. If you put ice, take ice, put it in a plastic bag, and lay that on the top and the bottom of the spot where the taffy is. Let the taffy completely solidify, and then you can just break it and chip it off. Don't try to pull that shit out. I'm tempted to finishing school. There you go. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you. See, there were a lot of things for it. Oh yeah, Shelly, autism rocks. I know. I know. And that's my son's whole thing because I'm like, oh, see, you push the autist button. You're getting whatever you got coming is well deserved. Darth Hideous, orange is kind of my color. It sucks. I mean, I don't care if anybody likes orange. I personally don't like orange. There are very negative connotations to it now. But I never was a fan of orange or yellow. I just don't. To be perfectly honest, I wasn't a huge fan of green, even though I have green eyes, and now I have green blankets. Tell me who you hang out with, uh, and I'll tell you who you act like. Or ice to harden the taffy. There you go. Thank you, Heidi. She said either peanut butter or ice. I like the ice because the peanut butter just gets everywhere. Oh my goodness. It's so funny. I have a cat outside the door, so just sitting there because she's mad because the door is locked because I closed the door. She was sleeping. I'm using lemon. The acid is supposed to break down the stickiness. Yeah, you're better off just freezing it. I am catching up. I'm only what 10 minutes behind. Woo! I'll report back when I'm actually done letting the lemon juice sit and work its magic. Oh, there you go. And if that doesn't work, try the peanut butter or we'll freeze it. Darth, I think that saying of someone is an old soul is a real thing. This boy is 15 years old. And his music choices are swing jazz. Nice. Old school. I don't listen to that stuff. You know what? It's true. Some people are just born with an old soul. I've seen a lot of like, have you ever looked into a baby's eyes and been like, oh my God, this is not your first trip around? Because they look at you knowing. Like they just have that knowledge, that wisdom in their eyes, and you're just like, oh, this is not your first trip around the sun, is it? Like you've been here before. And I think it's true. I think we do if we choose to make additional trips. You got to make the trip until you learn the lesson. I love it here in Tennessee. I love Tennessee. Unpopular opinion, West Virginia is the superior Tennessee. Oh, those are fighting words, Dart. She gonna come get you. This kid loves Frank Sinatra for crying out loud. Good, he's got taste. Loves the old-fashioned Victrola record player. Oh, he's saving up to get one. That's awesome. My uncle took ours. We actually have the one with the big horn. Like the old crank kind. It was my great grandfather's. Or was it my great? Yeah, it was my great great grandfather's. Um, and he has it. He has it in his. He finally got it to work. It took him years because so many of like the internal things are just corroded and it's well over 100 years old. It just rotted away. And he finally was able to fix it. He sent us a video of it like last month. I love that fucking thing. I always thought it was so pretty. You can have West Virginia. I'll stay in Tennessee. I can just have West Virginia. Dope. That's awesome. Yep, just sign it right over to him. $3.2 billion and it's yours. I got a bridge I could sell you. It's in Brooklyn. Heidi, I hate clothes shopping though. Pants to fit in the waist, too tight in the hips, too short in the inseam versus they're too loose in the waist. Yeah, yeah. And see, that was the wonderful thing about having my grandmother because what was my grandmother's job out of high school? Seamstress. It's what she did. So I mean, you could give her any butterwick pattern and she'll make you whatever the hell was on it in like one, two, three. But I never had clothes that didn't fit right. Like I would buy clothes and I'd be like on my way out there. Where are you going in that? Going to work. That's not right. Wait, come here. Let me pin that. And I'd freaking go to work with like safety pins going up my back, but I looked up 10 times better because she's like, no, no, no. You got to pull this in here and then this has to go and this isn't laying flat. Who did these stitching? She would critique all my clothes. And as soon as like she would get them for the laundry or to like hang them up or whatever at the end of the day, she would sit there and go seam by seam and be like, "Oh, they missed stitches here. This is gonna rip. This isn't gonna last. Oh, this needs to be reinforced. What kind of shit thread did they use? How much did you spend on this?" People don't know how to sew. And, oh, it used to aggravate her so bad. So she'd just fix all my clothes. So I had a tailor living in my house. I miss that. I do. Because like right now I have on a shirt that I'm very comfortable in, but it's so baggy and it's just because I was cold and it's thermal and it's got really long sleeves so I can keep my hands warm. And I was just like, screw it. I don't even think this is my shirt. I think it's one of my ex-husband's shirts that I kept. But I just used to keep his clothes. Um and I doubt he wore it anyway because I used to buy his clothes. It's amazing. He went from looking like a bum when I married him to like looking really good. And everybody's like, why would you make him look better? Why wouldn't I? Because then somebody will take him. If they can take him, they can have him. I mean, that's my whole philosophy. If somebody can take somebody from you, then they were never yours to begin with. So they could just go. It doesn't, you could tempt me with anything you want. Once I'm with somebody, I'm done. I'm with that person. Like, that's it. I'll be friendly, I'll flirt, whatever, because I'm a flirty person, but you ain't getting shit from me. It costs you nothing to be kind to somebody, period. Absolutely, Suzanne. I am 100% in agreement. Dartadius, as a general rule, no, but some people don't deserve it. And being an asshole is a matter of merit sometimes. Well, like I said, match the energy. Match the energy, but don't be the one that goes out with the asshole energy that they feel they suddenly have to match. Like if you go out being an asshole, be expected to be treated like that. If my kids want to be treated kindly, then they should set the example. And then if the person doesn't, pick up on the vibe, then you become an asshole. Update, lemon juice does break down the taffy. Nice. I've brushed the spot to see if anything would move. Surprise, it literally is disintegrating, no rubbing it. Oh, that's awesome. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. I'll put that in my helpful Heloise hints. Because I keep all of those. My grandmother used to collect them and I still have them. I should probably like scan them and put them online, but I'm afraid I'll get like sued. Mine know what a tape deck, record player, VCR, a wall phone are and know how to use them. Nice. They also know how to use a slide projector. Hey, listen, I grew up, I know how to use the regular projector. You know, the one with the teeth that you have to feed the film through and it's got to go the one with no sound because they just didn't have freaking sound. The ones that you go deaf if you're sitting next to it, which of course I was always the one next to it. But yeah, my aunts taught me how to use all those kind of things. My son didn't know how to turn the lawnmower on. He was like, "Where's the button?" And my mother's husband, his grandfather, was just like, "You'll figure it out." And he was like, "No, really. Like, where's the button? Does it need a key?" He was like, "No." And he was like, "How do I do this?" And I was like, "Would you just show him the damn pull, like the pull chain?" He didn't know that you had to like pull it and like rev it. And he's like pulling it real slow and then letting it go. Pulling it. And I was like, "You're gonna be there a long time." I was like, "You gotta vroom, pull that motherfucker." He was like, "How do you know this stuff?" Because I'm the one who used to mow the lawn. Like, what do you think? I was the only kid for 15 years. You think they didn't make me mow lawns? Here, I know how to use a shovel. I know how to use a mop. I know how to use a hose. I know how to use, the lawnmower. I know how to use a weed whacker. I know how to use a hedge clipper. I know how to use the shears to prune the trees and stuff. That was all my job. Because nobody else wanted to be out in the heat in the summer. They, "Oh, here, Michelle. Hey, this is how you do it. You see this one branch. I'm going to show you how to do this. Okay, now do this to all the trees on the property." Fuck you. And like a jerk, I did it. My kids would never do that. If I said go prune all the trees, they'd be like, "Pfft," and then you woke up. I was just like, okay, and run out and do it like a jerk. No money, no, no nothing. I was lucky if they brought me water. If I had to go in the bathroom to go, go to the bathroom and go inside, they'd be like, "What are you doing inside?" "I gotta go to the bathroom." Couldn't hold it. Finished the job. Great, thanks. Tim, I've always thought of Darth as a thumb or an elbow. Oh my goodness. Why? 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 Lady Awesome. I used an old hairbrush. Oh, that's smart. That is smart. Shelly, yeah, because I don't have in this house, I don't have any scrubber brushes. That's the one thing I haven't bought yet. Like I have all these microfiber like towels and shit to clean with, but I don't have any scrubber brushes. Because I haven't gotten to a dollar store yet. And apparently, if these people are to be believed, I'm never going to get to a dollar store unless I steal their car. Shelly, I had three girls always dressed in ribbons and bows. Yeah, Katie was always very girly, very girly. Um, and I think that's important for them. I think it's part of growing up. You get to be frilly when you're little. You get that's why you have daughters so you can dress them, so you can dress them up and play with them, and they're just your perfect little doll. Because when you're a little girl, you have dolls, and then when you're a mom, you're like, "Oh my god, it's my living doll," and they're so cute. Nope, it's an entire comfort of the oh my god, really? The whole thing wouldn't even fit in my deep freezer, so I went with the lemon. It's a better choice so far. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad it worked out for you. Um, damn, she got all how they get it all over the you know what? I shouldn't even ask because my children have gotten things. I'm like, how if you see my kitchen, it took me forever to clean the ceiling because apparently when Connor opened the tomato sauce, it skitched all over the place, and I was cleaning, like, cabinets, I'm cleaning the microwave, I'm cleaning, like, the oven, and then the other day I was making eggs, and I was like, "Oh my god," I went to stretch my neck, and I looked up and I said, "Son of a bitch." There there was tomato sauce all over my ceiling. I was like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me." I was like, "Oh, fine." So, I wound up cleaning that, but I was like, "How the hell did you even get it up there?" Like, there wasn't I think he skitched more tomato sauce than was in the container. I don't get it. Yep, missed putting that plastic bag part of the ice trick into check. Mhm. Yeah, the plastic bag part is you have to because if the thing gets wet, it's like, ugh. And I when I freeze stuff like that, I do it from both sides. This way it freezes a lot faster, and then you can just crack it, and it just flakes right off. My daughter was good for getting gum and stuff like that stuck everywhere. It drove me crazy. You were made for feeding me, baby. Meow, 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 meow. I sang them the Meow Mix song the other day. They were looking at me like I was stupid. Wolfie, get your fangs off the wires. I'm frame by frame. Uh oh. Uh oh. Am I lagging? Yes, my second set of twins have been here before. I've seen it since day one. Absolutely. I love when babies look at you like they know everything and you're just like, "Oh, I can't wait to see what you grow up to be." Because 'Cause they're usually very impressive. That's the one he's saving up for the old horn crank one. I love those. The RCA Victrola. Oh my goodness. The one that used to have on the RCA, you had the dog in front of it. That was my fascination with it from just looking at the brand. And then when I actually got to see one, I was like, "Oh my god, this is really, like, well put together." Clutches, pearls. You kicked me out? Did not. I would never. Uh, Down to me, the change has come. She's under my thumb. Is that Rolling Stone? Is it? Just kidding. It was oh, it just made you reload. Mine has been crashing like crazy. I crash every time I'm in anybody's chat. All of a sudden, it's just boop, gone. And I'm like, all right, thanks, YouTube. Shit, I wish I lived in West Virginia. I live in the best third worst state in the union. Oh, Dart. Come on. But at least you have good stories about yours. Like, you could literally, like, slam your governor and be totally fine. The rest of the country would agree with you. Hi, Puffer. What's up? Good to see you. Darth lives with me in my mind. It's almost West Virginia. There's a song there. Somebody write that song. Darth lives in my mind, almost West Virginia. I don't know why that struck me so funny. Suzanne Shelley, my dad was my seamstress. His mother taught him. There you go. So he would make all my dresses. My mom couldn't sew. She did embroidery and crocheted lace. Yeah, no, I'm not good at sewing with the sewing machine because sewing machines hate me. It doesn't matter. It could be idiot proof. I will break it. And I will not be able to ever thread the damn bobbin. Like I would have to buy a new sewing machine every time I wanted to make something. So I just sew everything by hand. It's much more efficient for me and it's just I'm used to crocheting and knitting and stuff like that. So just doing it by hand is the easier way for me to go. I don't know. Michigan has a few wonderful folk. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. That's why it's the best. Actually, he goes, nah, the people here are not the best. But there are some good ones. They're my people, though. Exactly. Like, Jersey is a terrible place, but am I going to, like, tell people that? No. Am I proud to be a Jersey girl? Hell yeah, that's my home. Doesn't matter that I'm not there anymore. I am a Jersey girl. That's who I am. And it says a lot. I mean, that's pretty descriptive. Not for nothing. As a title goes. When I say I'm a Jersey girl, you know exactly what I'm telling you. They're not pedestal people. No. Update. Lemon completely made the taffy go away. Just a wet spot. Girl. So you just left a wet spot? Okay. Good to know. The lemon juice made it disappear. I did have to rub, scrub, brush, or blot. I just left it there and now gone. Oh, you didn't have to rub, scrub, brush, or blot. That was harder to say than I thought it would be. And just left it there and it's now gone. Good to know. And you use just straight lemon juice? Like from a lemon or from like the lemon juice container? Because I have both. I'd say we're probably near the top of the US in general hostility. Nice. And near the bottom in overall kindness. All right. So you're curmudgeons. I get it. But it is cold up there. So not sure how long that was, but damn, easy cleanup. I'm glad. I'm glad it worked out that well. But now the blanket smells lemony fresh. Well, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I'd rather it smell lemony fresh than like 8-day-old banana taffy. Because then I'd want banana taffy. And I'm not supposed to have candy. My boy knows how to start the mower and the generator. Nice. Well, I mean, mine knows now too, but we had to city boy going into like the country. He was like, "What the hell do I do?" Like he had no idea. His grandfather's teaching him how to build a deck now because they're building the new back deck. So they were out there the other day. What the hell's the word I'm looking for? Digging holes. And so he was fitting like the pipes into the holes and then putting the wood in and then adding the cement to make the foundation. So Connor's learning all about measuring and measure twice, cut once, measure twice, place once. Like he's learning all those things. So it's good for him. It's good for him. He did ask his grandfather for the wires to his guitar amp because he wants to go back to practicing the guitar because he used to do it all the time. But he used to do it at my mother's house, not at my house, because my apartment building was very different from my mother's. So he used to do it there. Plus, I don't know how to play guitar, and Fredo does. So it was easier for him to teach him. So he said, Grandpa, I got my guitar, I got my amp. He was like, I can't find the wires. And he was like, oh, they must be downstairs. So Fredo went to go look for them. And my mother told me this morning, she said, by the way, Fredo found the amp wires for Connor. I was like, oh, lovely. And she was like, yeah, she said he left them downstairs. He's hoping your son forgets. I was like, why? She said, because he was like, I think Shelly will kill me if I give him these wires. I'm like, if he wakes me up at 4 o'clock in the morning with that damn guitar, yeah, people will die. People will die. Don't interrupt my sleep, like ever, especially not with a damn guitar. Mm-mm. But we'll see how that goes. Perfect. People pay good money for that lemony fresh smell. There you go. Uh, Heidi, Darth, are you above or below the bridge? I know you're talking location, but I'm thinking like troll. That's the kind of bridge I was envisioning. Ugh, I can't speak for the 9 people who live in South Canada. Well, they can't speak either. Their mouths are frozen shut now. Uh, I'm sorry, but when Runkle put out, he was like, "Oh, it's a little cold outside," and he put like video of outside his front door. I was like, "Oh, see, hell no." You could see how cold it was. You shouldn't be able to see the cold in the air. And he had like 8 feet of snow. I was like, "See, no." On a snow note, it'll start snowing here apparently Thursday morning, and we're supposed to get 3 to 6 inches. I was like, "That's great." I was like, so I've never lived in the mountains when it snowed, so that'll be interesting. Troll then, just kidding. Don't mind me. I'm 5 minutes south from the state line. Nice. Did he open the tomato sauce with the? I don't know. He did it. It was the Chinese food containers. I use those as Tupperware containers because they're cheap and they're really, really effective. They don't drip or anything else. And he went to open it, and I guess he must have squeezed when he opened it, and I was like, "What the hell?" So, yeah. I mean, he doesn't understand how strong he is yet. So it's a work in progress. My husband brought home saltwater taffy, and only my son likes it. I didn't think she grabbed the peas, but when I went to her room to see what she was doing, Taffy smashed it. Oh, poor thing. Was she afraid to tell you? Because I'd be like, it wasn't me, it was him. It wasn't me, I swear. We just had Taffy smushed in my son's blue jeans, but it peeled right off. Thank goodness it wasn't a blanket, right? Um, I love saltwater taffy. I mean, I'm from Jersey, so I grew up on saltwater taffy from Atlantic City. I mean, if I even thought of trying to slam my governor, the FBI would send 20 agents to try and trap me into actually doing it. I hate to say it, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Darth. Fucking Shitmer. I can't stand her. You'll see all those drones in Jersey? Yeah, Morris County. I don't know what they were doing, but they never put anything else. They were just like, oh, they're having tons of calls and emergency personnel are out there, police are out there, and There are 5 very large unauthorized drones going through the whole county. I was like, of all the counties in Jersey, I don't know why they picked Morris. Like, there's nothing there. Nothing. It's weird. What were they doing? They're just flying around. They were like, "Oh, they're just searching." Searching for what? They had a Black Hawk Down helicopter following the drones to see what they were doing. Like, they're drones. Like, who cares? They're probably like 5 freaking like kids just like, "Oh yeah, let's do this." Wonder what it was. They weren't showing up on radar, but there was also a Black Hawk helicopter that was on the radar. Yep. Saw it on X. Yeah, supposedly the Black Hawk helicopter came from one of the local bases. There's a lot of army bases and Air Force bases and like all the different kinds in Jersey. And they just deployed one to just, follow it around, they said. Pretty much everyone in Jersey is a drone. Oh, I mean, I'm not in Jersey anymore. I can't use a sewing machine either, and I don't knit or crochet. Oh, I don't. Just sewing machines just hate me. They really do. I could do everything right. Even my grandma said, she'd say, "Why are you such a jinx for this?" Because I can use any power tool with no problem. But a sewing machine is beyond my capabilities. I don't know what it is. There were videos and pictures of a dozen or more drones all around this town in Jersey. There were 5 drones. It was trending this morning. I haven't seen if they figured out what it was, but they weren't showing up on flight radar. Yeah, the report said that they wound up being 5 large drones, but they were unauthorized to be in that area. So that caused like a whole panic. My mom made by hand, me and my sister, our own Cabbage Patch dolls. Aw. I didn't mean that it was so awesome back then. I didn't want it. My sister still has hers, but not me. Aw. I had a lot of handmade stuff. I mean, like I said, my family had money, but my mother did not. So I had a lot of handmade things. Jersey though. I know. I know they're out there looking for me because I just took off. That's great. He's learning those building skills, Shelly. He needs to. He needs to be handy at something. He's going for his ID this week. He's very excited. I had one of those Inya. It was a girl with a pink bow and dress. Cute rabbit. I had a bunch of Cabbage Patch dolls. Well, not a bunch. I had my first one was a black Cabbage Patch doll that I named Victoria Lynn. And then I got the white girl that was named Patricia Lynn. Apparently, I like the name Lynn. And then I had my baby doll, the Baldy, who was my favorite. And it was a boy, because of course the boy was my favorite. And his name was Tommy Ricky. That was actually the name he came with. I didn't name him that, but yeah, I still remember them. And my Kusa that I named Chance. That's the Cabbage Patch pet, which I still have, by the way. I found it when I was unpacking. Snow is my bish. We besties. I love the snow. I just don't know how anybody in my family is going to get around because my mother's not exactly steady on her feet. I'm like, you better go to the store now. I was like, if you run out of something, you ain't going nowhere, lady. Like, you can't take your scooter out in the snow. Her scooter. I was asking if he's a yapper or a troll. There you go. He's a little bit of both. He knows 4 of them. He said he's not either one. You're funny. Actually, just a Black Hawk helicopter. It's only you Black Hawk Down. Whatever. You knew what I meant. Do I look military to you? Stop it. Snow bubbles are almost like snow angels or snow hawks or white hawks. What's a snow bubble? Time for the elf on the shelf. Fuck that elf on the shelf. I hate that elf on the shelf. As a teacher, that was the worst thing ever. You know how many things I have to get done in the morning before those kids come in? And then if I forgot to move the goddamn elf, they'd be like, oh, the elf didn't move. I'm like, oh, he must have really was tired last night and fell asleep and just stayed there. It's like, ugh. And then they'd be like, "Will he move later? I don't know." And then I'd have to move him when nobody's looking. Not until after Thanksgiving time. Cool. I apparently named my Baldy baby doll Madanaya. Don't even know how to spell it. She was important and unforgettable to my aunts. All right. Okay. I don't know how to say that. Matania? Matania? Is that how you say it? Huh. Tim Tom. We can call you Tim Tam. Aren't those like British cookies or something? Tam Tams, Tim Tams, Tim Tams? I don't even know. Ma Ton Naya. Fucking have no clue. All right. Well, it is what it is. All right. I'm caught up. Ha ha. That means I got to read more. All right. Let's see. What were we going over? When Darth came in and said that I'm not demure. Bafangula sar de mama da kita mort, by the way. Just in case you forget. Oh, the teachers. What my teachers used to say. She corrects me. She won't stop talking or fidgeting. She won't stop reading and working at it. Those are their bitches. She thinks she's so smart. She spends recess with the boys. Girls don't like her. She's too sensitive. There's something wrong with her. I actually had a teacher tell my mother that there was something wrong with me because my mother was divorced. The fuck is that about? My friends would say, "Oh my God, you're so loud. You laugh too much. You love being the center of attention." I mean, obviously, I do like attention. This is what I'm doing for a living. Um, you should give me this, or you should, go and buy me that, or you're too secretive, or you say too much. Everything is always like the back and forth. Like, there's no pleasing some people. And I realized as I got older, like, there was no pleasing anybody, no matter how much I chameleoned. I could adapt and adapt and adapt all day long. None of these people were going to be happy with whatever version I gave them. That's why when I hit, like, I'd say like my early 30s, I just said, fuck it. And for the most part, I was just me. And if they didn't like it, it was just, oh, well, you're asked out. Sorry. Uh, so those are some of the things that, they would say. And it would aggravate me. Like the don't be so sensitive or toughen up and shit like that. It's like everybody has advice. Everybody's, thinking that they're telling you to be a better this, better that. All I ever heard was criticism. That's all I learned. I learned, though, by what they said, I learned what each one of them wanted, and I learned how to cater to them. I would cater my personality, tailor it to fit exactly what they wanted. And when people do that, there's really there's no satisfaction. You're never going to be happy with who you are when you're constantly having to change yourself to fit other people and what they want. And if you think about it, like, do they do that for you? I mean, growing up for years, years and years and years, I was very quiet. Even though they said I talked a lot, it was only, I just had to say hi, and that was talking too much. So I just learned to just not talk. I learned to, like, be the good girl. I withdrew, like, I put a damper on, like, everything I ever wanted to say. I would bite my tongue, I just sit there and, like, I drive my fucking nails into the palm of my hand so that my face didn't show how, like, aggravated or upset I was. You know, I learned to, like, just swallow it. Just hold it in, bottle it up and whatever. You know, I did everything they wanted me to do. I got top marks all through school from kindergarten all the way through senior year. I won all the awards. I was everything they asked me to be. They wanted me to be a cheerleader. I went out for cheering. I became a cheerleader. They wanted me to do gymnastics. I did gymnastics. They wanted me to do tap dance. I took tap for fucking years. I sang in the chorus in church. I went to church every fucking week. I was a volunteer in the hospital and in the church so that they could be at least proud of that. I tutored all these fucking little kids all through high school for free. I chauffeured everybody around all the time. I was the personal shopper for this one, errand girl for that one. I literally was at everybody's beck and call. I grew up learning I had no right to the word no. And I had a very hard time as an adult with that because people take advantage of you when they realize you've been groomed basically from birth to not be able to say no without immense guilt. And to avoid that guilt, you're just never going to say no. So, like, I would always apologize for not meeting people's expectations. It's taken me a year and a half of talking to Winning every single day for me to say, I'm going to go have a cigarette. I'll be back. And he just says, okay. And me to go, I'll go and enjoy my cigarette. I'll talk to my son. I'll come back and be like, didn't realize I was going to be gone that long, but I'm back. Whereas before, I would have, one, I probably never would have asked and said, oh, yeah, I want a cigarette. Can I go? I would have been like, just sit there and be nice, be attentive, be present. Don't be a drag. Don't expect him to sit around and just wait for you to go do whatever. I wasn't comfortable saying, hey, I want to go have a cigarette. I would apologize for it. I'd be like, oh my God, I know I was gone 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. Were you bored? Like, I would genuinely feel apologetic. But for what? It took me a year and a half with him to realize that I am not your entertainment. That's not my job. It's not your job to be entertainment for me. Like, if you got to go do something, just tell me don't let me sit here talking to myself. But like, just tell me, hold on, I got to go do this. And all right. And just take your time. I'm not going anywhere. Like, it doesn't cost me anything to sit here and just wait and do what I'm doing, play a game, read a whatever while you're not there. We're cool. It's fine. I'm not going to be offended. But it took me that long to realize he wouldn't be offended. I didn't have to apologize for going to do something for me. I didn't have to make, this whole reason and like defend my reasoning and defend what I'm doing. I didn't have to do all that. And it saved me so much energy and so much time and so much guilt that I didn't have a right to. Sometimes you feel things you don't have a right to. And guilt is one of those things. You have no right to feel guilty if you're just being you. Don't let anybody ever put that shit on you. I hate that. It bothers me so bad when they're like, "Oh, well, if you weren't the way you are." What? Why? How am I? How do you see me? Oh, that's all I am? Well, then why talk to me? Just go fuck off. Because obviously you're not paying attention to anything else. You're just honed in on that one little characteristic, and that's what you're gonna harp on. So you can fuck right off with that. No. Like, that's the thing, like, I tend to like people that maybe rub other people the wrong way. And do I know that they rub people the wrong way? Yes. But if there's something about that person that I like, the rest of it doesn't really matter. The main thing that matters is that I like this about that person, and that's a part of who they are, but so is all the other stuff. So if I wanna be there for the stuff I like, I gotta be there for the stuff maybe that I don't like. Do I have to be around when they're doing that? No. But is that a part of them? Yes. And if you're friends with somebody, you gotta accept everything about them. You don't have to like everything about them. But if you're looking for like that perfect person, you're gonna spend the rest of your life fucking alone. You're not that perfect person. They're not that perfect person. You gotta accept, different things. You can't always have it your way. And it took me a really, really long time to get comfortable where I could believe that and I could live that way. I couldn't live that way before. It was like, "Oh, these people don't like that. I can't talk to them." Like, I don't care if you don't like my friends. I don't care if my family doesn't understand why I do things. I'm not asking you to do it. I'm not asking you to hang with them. I'm not asking you to do the task. That's all me. I'm doing it. I'm talking to that person. I'm, talking about whatever online because I want to. I'm not asking you to do it. I'm not asking you to even listen to it. So I don't get why you have a problem with it or why I should care. You could have a problem all you want. It doesn't have to, you know, have any weight with me. And it took a really long time for me to get to that point because I was always so ready to jump through those hoops to prove that I was, you know, worthy of being somebody's friend. It took me getting royally fucked over to realize when I'm friends with somebody and then the friendship falls apart, I'm a loss. Like, you were better with me in your life and you know it and you fucked up and fuck you. I can go on with my life without most people in it. And it sounds egotistical, but it's not overconfidence, it's not conceitedness. It's that I know that when I care about somebody, I give and give and give until it breaks me. Now I don't let it get to the point where it breaks me. I don't let it get under my skin so much. But I still like to give. I expect them to return at least to a degree what I give. Like, you got to match my energy a little bit. You got to match my effort a little bit. Like, if you're just going to take, then you ain't going to take for long. Like, I hope you enjoyed what you got because it's all you're getting. But it took a lot of time and introspection and therapy to get to this point. And I mean, I think I'm proud of who I am. I don't like who I was a lot of the time. Sometimes, yes, but a lot of the time, no. But who I've become, like the more genuine version of myself, I like her. Not everybody accepts it because they're like, oh, but that's not the real. No, this is the real me. It's just not the person that I was able to show before because it's not who they wanted. They wanted me to fit a certain criteria. And of course, as cat like as I am, I fits, like cats they don't find a space where they fit. They fit in the space they find. And that's what I used to do. If you want me to crawl into this vase and be like all weird shaped and everything, okay, anything to make you happy. Now it's like, fuck you, I ain't getting in the vase. Like, because I don't want to. Oh, man, I'm tired. I ain't got time for that kind of shit. But it took a really long time to get here. It took a really long time to get here. And I feel bad for the people I've hurt along the way. But, I've been hurt too. So we're just going to have to call it like even Steven and go from there. The thing is, you have to find people who are willing to let you be who you really are, even if you hid it from them. It's hard to do, to convince people that no, like this is the real me. So I'm just saying, Baldy Baby Doll was the real life. That wasn't very demure, Michelle. Nope, sure wasn't. Not very ladylike at all. Mm-mm. Female dwarf dolls with beards. There's nothing wrong with the Lord of the Rings doll. I wish I had one of those little, what was he, Gimli? Oh, I think he'd be so cute. I would totally prop him up on the desk, like by the window for Christmas and have him just looking out the window. That'd be so funny. I have to go do other things now. Puffer, Tim, Heidi, Suze, Lass, Wolfie, and of course, Michelle have an adequate day. Thank you. You have an adequate day as well, Darth. I'm only 10 minutes behind, so he didn't hear that. I'm thinking Beauty is Shelly doll may have a bit of a gorgeous beard. I doubt it. I doubt it. No, Shelly is very up on her facial grooming. Thank you very much. Honey, I'm Italian. We cannot let that shit go. Mm-mm. No. That can get out of hand real quick. Real quick. The only gorgeous beard I ever had was Nancy. And she wasn't really a beard. I had to have a beard to keep her hidden, but acceptance is the one thing, enabling is another. I know. It's hard to tell the difference sometimes. You know that? What was I saying? Oh, so adapting isn't always meant to be positive. Sometimes it's intentionally negative. We can become the villains they want us to be. I've done that. And I know you've met these people. I'm sorry, but there are these people out there, they immediately judge you harshly and they think bad about you. They form an opinion based on absolutely nothing but their gut instinct, which is usually wrong. And most of the time, in my experience, the people that judge you that way are people who are intimidated by you. They're people who are very insecure and they're intimidated by you, and you threaten their views on how they see themselves and how they see like the world around them. So like you jeopardize their reality that they've created in their head. And they know that like instinctually that you're not going to swallow their bullshit. So they label you a certain type of way. You see how they are and they see you seeing them and they panic and they pile on the hate and they try to demoralize you. Usually to like anybody that they can. They spread it like wildfire. And you realize really quickly that there's no change in their opinion. When you're stuck with somebody like that, you're going to become what they say you are. You're like, all right, well, you do what you know how to do. You become exactly what they accuse you of. You might regret it. You usually regret it, but you will. You'll morph into whatever they need. And the thing is, like, when people have impressions of you, when they start putting things like that on you, that's a lot of pressure. And under pressure, cracks can form. Like for me, when daddy passed away, that was more than I can handle. It completely shattered me. And I went from being that good girl who went to church and I did everything right. When he died, I tried to cling to that. And then my mother started dating Alfredo, and those two things combined did it. And I completely flipped the script. I became the nightmare that they accused me of. I sat there, they painted the picture, and I brought it to life. They wrote the script, I acted it out. No more good girl. No more trying to please anybody. You thought I was loud before? Buckle up, bitch. You thought that I was sarcastic before? I started throwing barbs that would cut you to the quick. Oh, be ladylike and gentle. I started fighting all the time. I would throw hands for no reason at all, just because I could. And I started getting this reputation of being this really wild, like unpredictable, crazy chick. And that stuck. It did stick for like the longest time. You know, I became everything that they hated. Everything they accused me of being before. I said, okay. And I wore that shit like a shield. I mean, I was mean. I got real mean, real vulgar, real out there. Like I didn't take shit from anybody. And I wouldn't chase anybody either. I didn't give you the best version of me. I gave you the meanest version of me, the craziest version of me, the most extreme version of me. I flexed every intimidating muscle I had, be it physically or mentally. That was the thing. You want the devil? Okay, here I am, bitch. Let's go. Let's fucking dance. That was my whole teenage thing because they broke me. I couldn't make anybody happy and nobody cared if I was okay. So I just said, all right, you're all going to paint me like that. All right, that's who I'll be. That's who I'll be. I will live as recklessly as I fucking want. And that's kind of like when I developed my little bit of a death wish. Like I just I just did whatever the hell. I had no fucks left to give. Because nobody gave a fuck about me, so I didn't give a fuck about what they saw. So I gave them the worst I absolutely possibly could. I adapted because that wasn't who I was, but I gave them what they wanted. And at least now, every time they made one of those negative comments, it was the truth. I didn't have to defend myself. They'd say, "Oh, you're such a bitch." I'd be like, "And?" Like, if you're going to spit facts, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I can't defend myself because I am. I am a bitch. The thing is, all of that was an act. It wasn't me. But when you do something long enough, everybody's convinced that's you, and you even convince yourself. That's where I think adaptation is very, very destructive because you can become that thing that you're not. And you'll wear this mask for so long, it's almost fused to you. You don't know how to function without it. And you lose sight of who you are. I lost sight of who I was so many times. So many times. Yeah, I was trying so hard just to keep my head above water, and I realized at some point that I painted myself into a corner, and I had nobody to blame but myself. I did it to myself. I got to the point where I couldn't hug somebody if they were in pain or distress and I wanted to. I couldn't be kind or complimentary, but I wanted to. I couldn't admit any kind of personal weakness. I couldn't say I was hurt or unhappy or I needed comfort, love, affection, any of that. You know, because if I did that, if I showed the real me, that's when people called me fake. They'd say I was trying too hard or, stop being a poser because they had no idea who the real me was, but they were so used to that persona, they just assumed that's who I was because that's all they ever got to see. My lesson was people don't know what they want, but they will project what they are guilty of themselves and maybe can't face up to it. They can't admit to their own bullshit. So they project that onto you, and then if you become that, you're just proving them right. And nothing's going to make them happy. It annoys them when you become true to yourself and dare to go against like their, like preconceived notion of you. But it annoys them when you give them what they want because they're like, ugh, like they just think you're fake. Honestly, like that's one of the reasons why Darth and I always got along because I think the ultimate troll is just being yourself. Hey, T-Rex, you got sick yesterday? Aw, honey, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. I think your true self it takes a lot of bravery to be yourself. And I think that triggers people who have a lot of insecurities because they're not comfortable being their selves. Like you challenge their own adaptability and their view of reality. You escape the personality prison they built for you. But just because they built that for you doesn't mean that there aren't other ones they want to put you in. Like the one that they bought because they needed to control you. That's why they do that. I think they have that need to put you in a box so they understand you, they know how to manipulate you, they know how to use you. And sometimes, they inherently know that if you're yourself, you're going to outshine them. You're going to excel. And I don't think they know how to deal with that. Like it's so much easier to imprison somebody in a box that you make for them than to be yourself and come up wanting. Because who doesn't have that fear of, oh, if I'm myself, maybe they won't like me. Maybe they'll think I'm not good enough. Because on some level, maybe you think you're not good enough. And you're projecting that onto them and you're adapting even though they haven't asked you to. But getting here, like where I'm at now, it's a long process. I've had rejection. I've had people recoil from me, like when they see like the real me, because they're like, "Oh, I thought you were a certain type of way." And it's like, no, no, that was just a little part of me, but I'm not comfortable doing that right now. It's one of the reasons I don't do panels. Because every time I go on somebody's show, they want like the tap dancing, dick joke, Shelly. They don't want me to be serious. They don't want me to talk about God. They don't want to talk about spirituality. They don't want anything serious. They want me to get up there and entertain them. And I'm just sick of entertaining people. I really am. This is not considered entertainment. This is us talking, which is why there's, only a couple of us. But this is what I enjoy. I would rather spend the time doing things I enjoy, talking about things I enjoy, than having to create this whole performance for somebody and then putting that on. And then I can't even remember what I did because it wasn't naturally me. So all that stuff was just for nothing. There are so many shows. I've done so many shows, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of shows for other people that I can't remember. And it has nothing to do with my memory problems. It's that it had no impact on me because it was just crap. I wasn't being genuine. I wasn't authentically me. I do that now. Now I'm me. This is whether you like it or not, you stay, you go, whatever. I gain 5 subs, I lose 5 subs. Like, it is what it is. That's fine as long as I know that I show up here to talk to you guys and I'm me. I can't give you the best version of me. I can't give you the worst version of me. I can only give you the realest version of me possible. That's all I can do. It's the best I can do. And some days that it seems like, I do want to put on the da 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 kind of thing because it's easy for me to hide behind that. I could do that with my eyes closed. I mean, please. That shtick is so old, it's ridiculous. That's literally like my second skin. I could slip right into it. But I don't want to be that person. I want to be me. I want to just show up and be like, "Hey, let's talk about this. Let's bullshit about this. Hey, I have a bunch of shit in my head I need to get out." That's what we're doing. Grandma always said, "Tell me who you hang out with, and I'll tell you who you act like." And now I wonder if she said it like if it's like a chicken or an egg, the chicken and the egg thing. Like, did she observe it or predict it? Did she put that idea in my head and I made it true? Because I know I behaved and became whatever anybody expected. If I was hanging out with a certain person, I acted like that person. I talked like that person. I gave them everything. I granted every single wish anybody fucking had in regards to me. And when I look back, all I can think is it was really draining and it was really sad. It made me into a very angry person, denying who I was, trying to always be what everybody else wanted me to be rather than what I wanted to be. What was important to them became important to me. What was important to me got put on the shelf. My health, my hobbies, my music. I always, oh yeah, whatever you want, whatever you want, whatever you want. Do you know what a monumental task it is to say, "Hey, Shell, what do you want for dinner?" And I'm just like, oh, don't ask me that. Because all I'm going to say is whatever you want. Whatever you want. I am the worst when it's like, "What do you wanna watch?" "I don't care, whatever you want is fine." Because I really do not have that much of a preference. And even if I did, it's not a pressing preference, so it's not like I'm gonna die without it, so I'm pretty much just put whatever you want on. Poor Winning. I do that to him. He's like, "What do you wanna watch?" "I don't care. You pick it, I'll watch it. I don't care." He's like, "Do you wanna "Honey, I don't care. Just put it on. I'm here to spend time with you. Just put it on, and I'm gonna enjoy it no matter what it is." "Well, what if you don't like it?" "Oh, you'll know because 'cause I'll fall asleep." Like, I I'm not gonna say nothing if I don't like it, I'll just go to sleep. But it's very, very hard to ask me, say his name and he appears. "Well, I've said your name a dozen times, so you're late." "Hi, honey." That's Winning. "Hello, Winning Reality." Um, wait. T-Rex said it skipped ahead of me again. "Unhappy people can't stand to see somebody who's happy and proud of who they are. I remember we used to stay up later than everyone else and talk, and you always seemed way more engaged during those conversations than you ever did during the morning show." That's because dinosaurs are cold-blooded. No, I I'm not a small talk person. I'm a big talk person. Like, I like having the deep discussions. I like having challenging discussions. If you wanna sit there and talk about religion for, like, 12 hours straight, I'm your girl. I'm the one to do it with. If you wanna talk about politics or whatever, Winning's the one to talk to. I will sit there and listen, but I don't have a whole lot to offer. Occasionally, I do because I am getting better, but unless I'm very secure in a subject, I won't interject my opinion because I haven't formed an opinion that I can back up yet. I don't just like to just come out of my face with like, "Oh, well, I think this." Like, "Well, why do you think that?" I don't know, George." Like, no, like I like to have facts to base my opinions on. I don't just pull them out of thin air. But yeah, no, like our conversations, and this is a thing. T-Rex is the master of, "Oh, look, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Time to go to bed. Everybody's tired. Shelly, can I ask you a question?" I'm like, "No," because then I know I'm going to be up till like 9 in the morning answering it. But I'm comfortable with that. Like, I enjoy having to, like having something that you could verbally chew on. Like, I want things to pick apart. I want to know opinions and viewpoints, and I want to, like, have stuff to compare to. And don't forget, I observe people. I told you I need constant feedback. I need constant assessments to go on. That's all my brain does. Small talk is like throwing gravel into gears. Like, it's just makes everything grind to a halt. You're not getting anywhere. It's muddying up the machine, and I can't take it. It seems pointless to me. I hate small talk. "Oh, how's the weather?" Da, da, da. Like, I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. But if you say, "Hey, did you ever hear about da, da, da? What do you think of that?" We're off and running. Like, you want to get into it, talk about Lilith? We'll talk for like 8 hours. Y- You want to ask me a question about something you don't know about, but I know about? I will tell you every single thing in my head, every fucking thing, whether you want to hear it or not. But those are the conversations I enjoy. Sometimes, like, when Winning starts talking about, like, something he's passionate about, usually something political or, like, about parenting or, like, the state of, education and stuff like that, all these different agendas that are going on. When he starts talking, I don't say a word. I literally will sit there, and sometimes he's like, I think he thinks I've, like, tuned out. No, I'm just literally just taking it in because I don't wanna be sitting there thinking of what I'm gonna say in return. I'm actually, and he's one of the few people I do this to, I'm actually sitting there listening to what he's saying and just taking it in. And then I need a minute when he's done. I'm like, all right. That's usually when I go have my cigarette or whatever. And I come back and I'm like, okay, because I need time to process all that information. but I'm super quiet because he's telling me things that I haven't heard before. He's giving me information I didn't have. So it's a learning opportunity for me. That's what discussions are for me. If I'm talking, usually I'm teaching. If I'm quiet and I'm not mad, I'm listening because I'm learning. Either way, there's an exchange of information that you're both benefiting from, because one is sharing and one is absorbing. And it doesn't matter for me what direction it goes in, as long as that energy flow keeps going back and forth. That's where I'm happiest. That's where I'm most comfortable. Don't ask me to memorize shit. Don't ask me to remember names because it's never going to happen. But if you want to have a deep philosophical conversation, or you want to have a history lesson conversation, any of those, I'm your girl. Like, I will sit there and have hours and hours and hours of that, because that's where I live. I love information. Data is something that actually makes me happy. I'm very, very comfortable with the more information I have, the more comfortable I am. When I have to fill in the blanks, that's where we're going to have a problem. Because much like you, T-Rex, I am an overthinker. And if I have to fill in the blanks, you're not going to like what I come up with, because I will always go for worst case scenario. You can't be disappointed if you go with worst case scenario, because literally anything other than that is going to be better. Oh my God, the cat is still meowing. But yes, no, I don't have a problem saying what I believe. I have a problem volunteering the information. Like I've told you, if you ask me a question, I'll answer no matter what it is. Or I'll tell you, it's not your business. But that's very rare. But it's not a volunteer type thing. Like I'm not going to just say, "Oh, guess what? I decided to," da, da, da," unless I'm on here, because I put the topic up. If you don't want to hear about it, don't come into the room. Like, don't turn the channel on. Like, just stay somewhere else. You have a choice, but in like a regular one-on-one conversation, there's not a whole lot of choice. So like, I need to know, like, what do you want to know? Once I know what you want me to talk about, I could talk forever. But I'm not just going to jump in usually. That's why you ask the questions and I don't. Shelly, you're doing a great job. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate that. Doing a great job keeping up with chat. Woo! Heidi said, no, Shelly, it's really a phenomenon. What you hang around, you become, so to speak. Yeah. What one speaks about, they think about. What one thinks about, they become. The heart becomes, and one can lose who they really are. It's true. It's very true. You can very easily lose sight of who you are when you're trying to please other people and trying to like become like this, when you're trying to establish connections with people, especially if you're spending more and more and more and more and more time with them. That was one of the things that I was very, very, um, what's the word I'm looking for? I drew a blank. I was very diligent in watching he's here. So when Winning and I became friends, because I did not want to just become a reflection of him. He needed to know that I was going to enjoy a lot of his hobbies. I was going to take an interest in the things that were important to him, but I was not going to become a mirror of him. Unfortunately, my personality type, we are known as mirrors because we tend to become the people that we hang out with in an effort to make them happy. And the thing with him was he was so different from other people that I had known that I didn't feel like I had to become him. I didn't have to say, "Oh, here, the only way you're going to like me as if I'm just like you. Instead, I went in completely different. And I went in and said, "Listen, I'm hard to handle and I'm a lot." Like, and I genuinely said it just like it said, "I'm a lot." Like, don't sign up if you can't deal with a lot. Like, let me know from now. This way I know to pull back and, like not be me. But you feel this way. I don't feel that way. Like, you don't like to talk about this stuff. I like to talk about this stuff. You know, we're different. But the thing is, like, we collaborate on most things, whether we say we do or not. Like, there's always going to be elements of Shelley in what winning does. And there's always going to be elements of winning in what Shelley does. But it's not a copycat of the other. We share things, yes. But like, he's much more the brain and I'm much more the heart. But there's nothing deficient about my brain or his heart. It's just he's more logic based and solution minded, and I'm more emotional based and like perception minded. And together we see a lot more of the whole picture because I give him a perspective he doesn't normally revert to. It's not his natural state. And he does the same for me. It's very, very complimentary. And that was something I never had before. I always just became the mirror of them. And from the beginning of our actual friendship, I said, I do not want to just regurgitate back to him what he's saying to me, which is why, like, he'll say something and he has to correct me. He's like, no, no, no. I'm like, yeah, but that's what you're saying. I'm telling you what you're saying and what I'm receiving are different. And he's learned to listen to that and go, okay, so, all right, so I put this out but that's not what you understood. No. And it gives him, instead of a mirror, it gives him a chance to see, okay, this is my effect. He's not just looking at himself. He's not hearing himself. He's hearing what I'm actually getting out of what he's saying. So he can change what he wants to say, change how he says it, and continue to get better or to dial this back or to focus more on one thing. And it's really very helpful to build a better version of what you're doing. We're not just copycatting each other. We're actually not criticizing each other either, but we're giving feedback that the other one needs to improve themselves and their presentation or their point or whatever. And I can't tell you how priceless that is to me because I've never had that before. I've never had that with anybody. I've always just, okay, just hold up the mirror. There you go. You happy? You see you? You see you as me? That's great. I'm you now. Hope you're happy. Go away. And it would leave me very unfulfilled and very unsatisfied and resentful and angry. And I don't do that with him, and he doesn't do that with me. And it's a much calmer, more peaceful, familiar thing because I'm not afraid to say what I really think. I'm not afraid to say what I really feel. I may have to work up to it because I have, I have issues to get past, but I'm not afraid to be me. I'm unapologetically me. Sometimes, well, all right, sometimes I'm apologetic because I'm like, I'm sorry. I know I brought the drama last night, but I'm good today. And he's like, okay. But I know he doesn't hold it against me. I don't, he's not like writing shit down going, well, she did this so he could be a plunger and bring shit up later. Like, that's not who he is. And I'm trying very hard not to be that secretive, like, oh, he needs to read my mind girl. That's all new for me. I've never just been me. I've always just been what they wanted. You know, instead of letting him find what he wants about me. I don't have to become what he wants. He just has to take me as I am, and what he likes, and what he doesn't. And it's the same for me. I don't want him to be perfect. He's the best friend I've ever had. I literally don't hold anything back from him. But sometimes it's hard to get the truth out of me because I have so much fear. I'm not afraid of him, but of the ones that came before him. The friends and the boyfriends and the family and everything. And all he's got to do to get me to open up is remind me I'm not them, I'm me. And sometimes I have to do that for him and say, hey, I'm not them, I'm me. I'm not like other girls. I'm not like anybody you've ever met, and you know it. Just like he's not like anybody I've ever met. And it works against everybody's freaking opinion from the past, but it does. It works for us. You know, I wish that for everybody. I wish that they could just go and be themselves and be upfront. Be like, you know what? I'm being quiet because, I'm this way. I hope I'm not boring you. Like, you could check in, and then if you're boring them, let them tell you. Be like, yeah, I'm a little bored. All right. So, like, why don't you go do something? Because I'm really not in that headspace. It's okay not to go along with other people. That's part of the whole adapting thing that I did wrong my whole life. I would force myself to do things to make other people happy, even though I knew I didn't want to do it in any way, shape, or form. I had no interest in it. I was actually avidly hating it. And yet I would force myself, I would torture myself and make myself do it. And for what? Did I get an award at the end saying, hey, you made it through? No. Did they appreciate it? Most likely not. Most likely not. So who did I do it for? I did it for them. They didn't appreciate it. So what was the point? I could have just been like, oh, well, you're going to do how long is it going to take? How about we meet up after? Or I'll just see you tomorrow. Because you don't have to appease everybody. It's not my job to entertain anybody 24/7. It's not my job to make them happy all the time. It's not my job to alleviate every stress in their life. They're not my kids. They're not, my significant other. They're not my family. And even if they are responsible for themselves in the end, just like I'm responsible for me. I'm responsible for my own happiness. Do other people factor into that? Yes, but it's my job to tell them, I'm not really happy right now, but you know what would make me happy? Could you help me out? Like, can we do this? Because that would make me happy. That's the way to go about life. And I never did that before. I would just suck it up and be like, all right, we'll just do what you want. And that's it. Just go along with it. And I'd be miserable. And I would slowly inch my way away because it was like, I'm not having fun anymore. It's not always about having fun. It's about just being comfortable in who you are, enjoying your time with that person, whether you're sitting there in complete silence or talking a mile a minute or on a panel or out buying milk or whatever. Just enjoy the person. It doesn't have to be perfection. In fact, it shouldn't be. Perfection is boring. You don't learn anything new when people are fucking acting like they're perfect. All you learn is that they're fake. That's all I got to say about that one. I'm just looking through like my script. I pretty much said that already. What is this? Typical example. I find myself in a conversation with somebody. They say something and in a tone that's negative to me, and my brain zeroes in on it, throws up a shield, and instantly I have a choice to make. Do I let it go or do I respond in kind? That is a problem I have with most people when I'm assessing things. If you say something in a negative tone or like in a tone that I took negatively, I don't know where this conversation is going to go. And I have to make a choice right then. Am I going to just suck it up and just shut up about it? Or am I going to lose my shit? Because I tend to be extreme, as you do. And I either react like on one end of the spectrum or the other. There's no middle ground. I don't do moderate. I just that's not who I am. I'm not that personality. I am not like middle of the road type girl. With my political leanings, maybe. With some things, maybe. But balance for me is more like, yeah, I balance. I run from one end to the extreme other end and back and forth and back and forth. I teeter tot all the time, which is why I'm a little crazy. But when it comes to a conversation and you say something that I got like, "Ugh," too, like when I feel that pang, do I say something or, you know, do I just let it go? Most of the time, because I have to make that snap decision and I can't, I just shut down. I just shut my mouth and then I can't talk. Like you could try to even get like a okay out of me and you won't get it. Cause the most you'll get is, mm. Like when I start making nonverbals, I'm done for the day. Like something has pissed me off beyond the point where I could talk about it. And you just got to be like, you need a couple minutes? Because if I go away and I have a cigarette and I'll listen to a song or whatever and come back, I'll be fine. But as long as I'm going to sit there and not say anything, I'm going to stew and it's going to get worse. So just like, I'm not that person who walks away and then just stays away. If you tell me, you know what, why don't you take a few minutes? I'll be like, you know what, it's a good idea. And I will go away and come back different. I'll come back better because I'll have time to decompress and process and everything else and tell myself, okay, you're kind of being a bitch, like relax. They didn't mean it like that. But in that initial like moment, I have to make that decision. If I go quiet, the best thing to do is just let me like walk away for a minute and then I'll come back. If you push me, I will walk away and keep walking. So I'm that person who needs just a little bit of space. Give me a little bit of space. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Differences complement each other. Two different parts make a whole. Yes. I mean, if I had to, I would say he and I are definitely like a yin yang because we're very different people. Like we are vastly different people. And yet together we're really good. Like and we make a good team. We're always, everything's copacetic. He's learned all my nonverbals, he's learned all my tones, all that stuff because he wanted to. And that's the difference. I didn't ask him to do that. All I said was I'm a lot. So if you're going to sign up, be prepared because I'm a lot. Granted, being on YouTube, I now know that I'm not so bad. Like, there's way crazier chicks out there, and I'm pretty normal. But in my head, I was a lot. And in my head, I wasn't worth the effort. So when we started as friends, I was like, if you don't think I'm worth the effort, don't do it. But like, don't stay. Like, go from now. Because I don't have time to fuck around anymore. I just don't. That's one thing this whole, illness taught me. There's no time to just let people lie to me and pretend I don't see it. Like, you got to be upfront with me from the get go and just be you, and we're good. Like, let me know that the time that I'm investing is worth actually, like, not to put too fine a point on it, but it's worth my time because time is not on my side anymore. I never know. and I want to make the most of the rest of my life. So, like, I'm slowly going through things, but I'm still building a better future for myself, trying to get not back to who I was, because I'll never be who I was, but hopefully get to a much better version of me, a more authentic version of me, a more comfortable, happier version of me. One that, I don't know, that I can be proud of. One that I don't look back at and say, "Oh my god, I can't believe I did that." Like, "Oh my god, well, it seemed like a good idea at the time." I don't do things that seem like a good idea at the time anymore. Now I talk about stuff, I think about stuff, I weigh my options. I try to remove the emotion. I try to, not make rash decisions. And it's a very different life. And it's a much more um it's a much more worthwhile life. Like, I feel more like I'm living rather than existing, because I have goals and I have dreams and I have wants, and I can talk about them. I don't have to hide them. I don't have to pretend that I can do everything myself. I don't have to pretend I don't need anybody else. You know, I admitted that I needed somebody, and it didn't kill me. The world didn't end. Everything I've ever done in my life didn't just suddenly go away. Every accomplishment, because I admitted I needed somebody. The world didn't stop because I couldn't do it all by myself, or because I didn't want to do it all by myself. Nobody, like, no devil sprang up out of the floor when I say, "You know what? I would really rather have a traditional life. I would rather be more in sync with traditional gender roles than I was." I I've done all these things, and yes, I enjoyed doing them at the time. I can't talk. I enjoyed doing them at the time, but now looking back, I kinda look back with a little bit of shame, because what the fuck was I thinking? Like, it's okay for me to admit to myself that I've made mistakes. It's okay for me to admit that I've been fake in the past, that I did things because they were expected of me, that I did things to put a Band-Aid on a wound, like, as a temporary fix, and that they didn't work, and that they weren't really reflections of who I really am. They were experiments, or they were this, and I could do that and not feel bad. Whereas before, I would stick to my guns, like, "Oh my god, you'd have to kill me to get me admit I was wrong." I would never admit I was wrong. Now I admit it. I admit when I mess up and I misjudge, or if I'm mean when there was no cause to be, or I was just a shitty person, or I own up to all that stuff. The only thing that bothers me is when people continue to bring it up, because they're like, "Oh, well, you know what? People do change." Especially when I'm standing here telling you I recognize that I fucked up, and I am sorry, genuinely sorry, and I don't ever want to do that again. Why keep bringing it up like you want me to repeat the same mistakes? Do you want me to still be that person so you could feel morally superior to me? Is that it? Because, I mean, if we wanna talk about, like, who fucked up more, like, I got a list. I just choose to let it go, but it's there. I like who I am. I like who I'm becoming. Everything I reveal about myself, I've started evaluating to see if I really like it or if I don't. There's certain parts of my personality that I'm like, "Oh, shall we need to work on that." But I'm not doing it for other people. I'm doing it because it doesn't sit well with me. The happier I am with myself, the less other people can rattle me. And that's kind of the point of where I was going with this, because we're so busy trying to make everybody else happy in the hopes that they'll love us and like us and hang with us and, like maybe make us popular or whatever. And I'm not me. I don't want to be popular. Just I'm cool enough as I am. Fuck that. But all those things, like these are all possible things that you could be feeling. I don't care about any of that. I don't want all that. I really want to be at peace with myself. And I want to be around people who encourage that, people who bring that out in me. I don't want to be around people that I have to do the song and dance for. I don't want to be around people who I have to constantly apologize for being myself. That, oh, well, everything you do offends me. Then don't be around me. Solve that problem real quick. Like, you go your way, I'll go mine. We'll be good. The world will not end. That's where I am. And when it comes to being adaptable, I've never given anybody just me. I've always had some type of mask on. It was always a part of me, but the rest of me was always hidden. And now I don't do that. Can I talk endlessly? Yep. Do I care if it annoys people? No, I really don't. Because it's something I need for me. It's something I want to do. It's something I enjoy. And god damn it, I've spent so much of my life on this planet making other people happy and being miserable in secret, but pretending to be happy, which is why when they would do things, I would get so fucking irritated and I would leave because there was no genuine connection there. There was no real understanding of the other person because they weren't being themselves either. I know when I talk to him, he's himself. He knows when he talks to me, I'm myself because we don't always tell the other person things that they like hearing. They might need to hear it, but they won't like it. And that's okay. You work through it. We have a lot of conversations that, we know the other person's not going to enjoy. But at the end of the day, the conversation that you need to have. Andrea, how you doing? She said I went and did something naughty the other night. Ooh, did you really? I tried smacking a hot toad with a golf club. Oh Lord, that's how we deal with sugarcane toads up here in the outback. Oh, you're so funny. Damn toads are so damn ugly. Light it on fire, 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 fire. When I catch a toad, I put it in the freezer to die. Oh, in peace. But it ain't no fucking fridge big enough for that. Oh, that's too funny. Slidey Pie, what's up? How you doing? Keeping it down on Rumble. Thank you for that. Uh, no, it's projection T3. The more people like themselves, the more people like themselves around them, the better. Say, Michelle, I like me and who I'm becoming. I like you too, lady. I do. I love my chat. My chat is good. My chat is wise. My chat knows all. But I do. I love you guys. Because you do. You come in here and there's no, oh, Shelly, there's no Shelly do this or Shelly be like that or whatever. You literally come in here. You know who I am. You've seen all the different incarnations. And you've seen me with my show, with Winning Show. I'm consistent. I'm consistently me. And the more like myself I am, the more I allow you guys to see me, the more secure I feel. And that's new as well, because I'm not used to having any type of security. physical, financial, mental, emotional. Like that never existed for me. It wasn't even possible. And I found that with you guys. I found that with winning. That there's such a solid foundation that I'm not afraid to take chances. Granted, they're little chances, but like I'm starting to like push myself to like do different things, learn different things. Like the whole tech thing. I told you I needed a computer with one button and that was it. But I'm learning to, try this, try that, whatever. And it's like a whole different life for me because I get to do the things I enjoy and I get to learn things that I never heard about before. And I get all these people with these amazing personalities that are so complicated and complex. And I get to observe all of you and I get to interact with all of you. And I can't tell you how much that teaches me because I see, oh, well, they're being themselves and whatever. I get to watch it all play out like I'm watching a movie. But it makes me brave. You guys do. You make me brave. I can face things I didn't face before. Things that I denied or ran away from or buried, buried deep, deep, deep inside my psyche. But I face a lot of painful things, a lot of scary things, a lot of new things because I'm not afraid that you guys are gonna just, I don't know, criticize me for it. I'm not afraid of the backlash. Like, you guys are pretty much like, "Oh, it's wow, that's new." Like, "You sure you wanna do that, Joe?" But, I mean, there's a good humor to it. Like, you guys always come from a good place, and that's not something I have a lot of experience with. It's really not. I'm not used to people being decent people. I know that's kinda sad to say. It really is, but it's true. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I can't put it up yet. Winning is okay, so it might take a while because it's winning, but he is going to make a super chat, a thank you super chat for the ladies. So I did ask him and he did agree. And now it's official because I said it. But for now, here you go. I love it. Andrea with her $2 Aussie bucks. Chlorine for the pond. Oh, wait, you did more than one. Oh my goodness, girl. All right, so for toad repellent, you're so fucking funny. All right, so that was the first one, and then you sent this one, chlorine for the pond. Bleach that bitch. Let's see. Ooh, let's dance. See, I did say if I got super chats, I was gonna make us all dance or at least wiggle. So that was it. So if you guys wanted to dance, that was it. For me, all I gotta say is
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
that's right. Thank you very much, honey. I very much appreciate that. You're so sweet. I missed something though. No worries. Just want you to know that I appreciate you going on. Uh, no, I'll definitely never have short form content. That's just not me. It's just not me. Ah, you're so funny. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Another one. We got another one. Freezer bag for Harry took. Girl. All right. Let's see. I really enjoy that. So
I guess that makes me the devil.
I enjoy all your little jokes. But here we got nerds. Freezer bag for hairy toads. Oh my goodness. That was a $2 Aussie. And now we got a $10 Aussie coffee for you. Girl, you're very generous. Stop. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's find you a good one. There you go.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
That's the long form one. Thank you, Andrea, for your $10 Aussie bucks. I love Aussie bucks. I just like that you can send like all different like kinds of money in the super chats from wherever you're at. It's very interesting to me. I'm a coin collector, so that's how that goes. But thank you so much, honey. You're so sweet. I lost my place again. Fucking StreamYards. I go to scroll up one little bit and it jumps up like 8 fucking pages. Pardon my language. Lady said, Shelly, thank you for just going on and on. I have you in my ear as I go about my mommy duties. I find you really comforting. Oh, honey, you're so cute. Thank you so much for that. I'm glad somebody likes that. You know, Expert used to say, oh, I put you on in the morning when I had the morning show. He was like, because it's soothing and it puts me to sleep. I was like, you bastard. Thanks a lot. But you know what? Take it as a compliment. But thank you. I'm glad I can keep you company on the days I do this. I almost did a pop-up stream yesterday, but then I was too upset. I was trying to like work up the courage to do it, and then I was just like, no, I can't do it. I was too frazzled. I told you I lost my place. It keeps jumping back and forth. It's projection. We did that. We did that one. She wants to thank me for going on. Yes, and I love you for it. Thank you. When I say I will do it. Yes, he will. He will make something that the ladies will love. And not for nothing, but where's the thing? What is going on with me today? And if there's guys out there that like it, well,
why are you gay?
I'm just saying. Just saying. So he said, I'll do it. Sometimes we can learn from others around. Hi, Slidey Pie. Sometimes we can learn from others around us. Apparently, I have not learned to read today. If many people tell me I'm offensive, sometimes I realize I have to soften my approach. It's not a bad thing. No, slight adaptation is good. Adapting for like business or whatever, for like propriety's sake, I understand that completely. But adapting your personality to become someone completely different than who you naturally, authentically are, that's more of a hindrance. Because then how do you even learn who you are? Because it gets, you get confused. Is this something I enjoy, or do I do this because they enjoy it and I want to make them happy? Am I trying to like assimilate, or am I trying to like, figure out who I am and what I like? I think it's very confusing once you keep doing that for a long time. Like, you don't have any kind of ground to stand on. When somebody says, well, you did this, you're like, well, I didn't like it. Well, then why did you do it? What are you going to say? Like, what excuse do you come up with? Do you say like, oh, well, I mean, I did it to make you happy. Yeah, you did, but that's not the only reason. Like, there's an ulterior motive there. You did it to make them happy, but it wasn't to make them happy for the in and of itself. Like, that wasn't the lone reason. You want them to be happy, so they're happy with you. And to me, it's disingenuous. And you're not being, not just to them, but to yourself. You're not being fair to yourself by always doing what everybody else wants to do and denying what you like, or doing things that you don't enjoy and pretending that you do. I don't see the point of it anymore because it never got me anywhere. I mean, that person would like me for that amount of time. But as soon as I showed who I was, even the tiniest bit, or deviated away from what they expected, slam bam thank you man, it was over. Like, I don't even know who you are anymore. Yeah, you're right. You don't. Because I never showed you the real me. Because I wasn't comfortable doing that. Because I didn't think you'd like the real me. Here's the thing. I've gotten to the point in my life, if you don't like the real me, then you don't have to be around the real me. Because there's no benefit for either one of us if we don't like each other as we are. For that, just be like, you know what? It was a good time. See ya, and go. Just go. Because what's the point? What's the point of pretending over and over and over and over? It's ridiculous. So yeah, but adapting for like propriety's sake, I get that. That's completely acceptable. But pretending you're something that you're not just to fit in or just to like hold on to somebody, I don't think that's the best avenue. Because if you have to go through so much effort to keep somebody in your life, why are you swimming against the current? Eventually, you're going to get tired and it's going to sweep you the direction it wants you anyway. And that's away. So just go away. Like, if it can't be worked out and you can't be yourself, why are you there? What is so special? What are you getting out of that? I mean, not just like your opinion, like actually sit and look and say, factually speaking, what am I getting out of this? What are they getting out of this? What am I bringing to this if I'm not bringing me? If I'm just play acting at something, if I'm just pretending to be this person and then they become invested in that person and find out that's not really me, that's a huge betrayal. You've now hurt that person, you've hurt yourself, and you've changed them. You've made them less trusting of other people. You've made them, more jaded. I don't ever want to be that person that makes people feel like that. I don't want you to feel like I was two-faced and betrayed you. I would rather you just see who I am now. And if you don't like me, you don't like me. And if you do, cool. Stay around as long as, you like me. If you don't, then maybe it's not a good idea that we're, as close as we are. Maybe we shouldn't hang out as much. Maybe we keep it more casual. I need information like that so that I know what decisions to make. And the better my decision making skills get, the happier I am because I'm not constantly regretting and constantly having to go back and fix this and fix that and change this and change that. I can be comfortable and secure where I'm at. That was the whole point of this whole thing. Love you, I love you, Lady Awesome. You're so sweet. I love you. How come your goal isn't updated? I don't know. The goal thing was being wonky. It turned off a whole bunch of. I just said fuck it. I left it. Time expired. Yeah, I went over 3 hours. But I didn't start it when I started the stream. It started before that, and I didn't even know it. It already ran out like twice, so I just left it. It's Pat. Yeah, Pat with my face. Damn it. Actually, it's Stuart Smalley. That's That's one of Lady's favorite clips. That's why I play it. Love the super chat clips. Thanks. Yeah, he'll wind up doing a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, to educate a toad that's dumber than dog shit or shite. Dumber than dog shite. Alrighty, here we go. Let's see. What can we play for you this week? All right. I know he's not everybody's favorite person, but I still love this one.
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
I know, but still.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
I could be as mad at him as I want to, but he still makes great clips. But thank you so much. 10 Aussie bucks super chat to educate a toad that's dumber than dog shite. I can't even try to do your accent. I can't do an Aussie accent. I don't know why. I could do a British accent, do Spanish, Italian, Russian, shit. I could do a Czechoslovakian accent. I cannot do an Aussie accent. I sound retarded when I try. Can't do it. Can't do it. Please, no, thanks you. My pleasure. Teeth. Aw, you're so sweet, honey. Called people pleasing teeth. I know. But that's usually that's a common trait of anybody with complex PTSD, because you have to be a people pleaser. Otherwise, every landmine you step on blows you up. And I am nothing if not a wonderful landmine detector. No, I tiptoe through the tulips every second of every day of my life, and it's exhausting. Exhausting. Which is why I like coming here, because I don't do that with you guys. I just talk. I talk and I ramble and I squirrel, but I'm not walking on eggshells. I'm not nervous. I'm not afraid of what your reactions are going to be. I enjoy coming here to talk to you guys. I enjoy putting it all out there and getting your feedback. I enjoy your stories. I just like hanging with you guys. That's what I'm here for. Last said, just an idea. If you're looking for a good clip for the ladies winning, may I suggest Peanut the Squirrel clips? Oh, because I couldn't help look at his human and what was shaking in his sweatpants. Girl, I know, I saw. Not much gets past me. But that's why I tend to just stick to the squirrel. Stick to the squirrel. Just talk about the squirrel. Don't look at the owner. But yeah. Yeah, you could do that, Winnie. That's fine. Not allowed to use shit. So shite is. You calling me retarded? Nah, girl, I would never. But if I try to do the Aussie accent, I sound like I have a mouthful of marbles. Oh, I do. I sound like I have a mouthful of marbles. I can't. I don't know why I can't do it. And it's not like I didn't watch the Thornbirds 1,000 times. I know every accent in that damn movie. I cannot repeat them. I don't know why. Can't do it. I just think it. And by the way, that's one of my favorite all-time like miniseries. But that's like 11 hours long, and I have it on DVD. I just think it makes me a kinder person. That's how I grow. It's most important to not offend people in our relationships. Absolutely, Slidey Pie. And I mean, there are people that I will be a lot gentler when I talk to them, or I will be more calculating with what I say, because I know they have such a thin skin, and I don't want to hurt anybody. But I'm just talking in general, my personality, like this is me. And that's part of my personality, is that I adapt for people, because I do want people to feel comfortable with me. I want people to be able to, if they're having a hard time and you got nobody to tell, and you're like, I want to tell Shelly, then tell Shelly. Like, tell me. You could tell me anything you want. It's going to stay with me. Especially if you say vault this. If you tell me to vault information, I'll go to the grave with it. But for the most part, whatever anybody like tells me stays with me. And I want people to be comfortable in that. but not at the expense of being myself. So like you have to find like that happy medium, and like really like navigate. It's hard to navigate those waters at first. I'm getting better at it though. I'm getting better at being me, but also not the extreme versions of me. Like I'm trying to learn to take a breath and kind of like take it easy and like just ease into it. Just like ease into being me. That's like my old principal when he gave me the new teacher that she had never lived in the city and very country girl and very rich country girl. So she was very sheltered and like very innocent. And he was like, "This one's yours. I need you to toughen her up, but Shell, do me a favor." I was like, "What?" He said, "Can you just slowly roll out your personality?" I was like, "Fuck you." He was like, "I guess not." I was like, "No." I was like, "Why would I?" But I did. I tried to like gentle her into it. It took about 3 hours before we hit maximum strong personality, Shelly. But it is what it is. T Rex said, instead of mirroring people, I tend to just not argue. I give in to avoid an argument. Where is that person when I talk to him? Because you come into our chats all the time, contradictory. Uh, that might be a mediator type personality I have, or it might be me grown up walking on eggshells around my dad. Yeah, I mean that it does tend to happen. It does because there's many times that I know I'm right, and I'm just like, man, I'm like, no, it's not worth it. It's like because this is gonna explode. It depends who you're dealing with. Andrea said, "So sad to see Ricada these." I know, all that drama, and it's so weird because all these people who don't even know him are making buku fucking dollars on him, and I watch him and I'm disgusted because I'm like, it's so much easier to just not say anything. Like, why do you have to profit off this man's like off his life? Granted, like he would do it, but I don't know. For me, it's just I feel like his life is hard enough. Like, why keep shitting on him? Like, do you want to be that person that makes him snap and do something like desperate? I would never want to be that person. I could not live with that. And they all are going around and saying all their stuff or whatever. What are they going to do if they walk away and they're like, "Oh, I said it, so what?" And then something happens. How do you live with that? You can't apologize for it. Yeah. So how do you live with that? And I just think that there's the whole thing. But I mean, I take it personally because I care about Nick. So I take it all very personally. And that's why I haven't been involved in any of it because I'm like, no, like I can't. Because I'm not going to defend that I still care about him, but I'm also not going to defend his actions because I can't. I can't justify whatever's going on, and I can't, sit here and be like, "Well, I'm his friend because that." I'm his friend because I'm his friend. Because it takes a lot for me to walk away, and I still believe that he can be better. And I think he deserves that opportunity, if not for himself, for his family. They deserve the best version of him they can get. And I think he can get back to that, but he's not going to get there as long as people keep enabling him to be fucking retarded or pushing him to points of desperation. Like they deserve the best dad they can have, the best husband, the best everything. But how can he do that if he's constantly, again, swimming against the current? You know, it's gotta be, live and let live at this point. Like, let him fix himself. Stop making it worse. Stop harping on every fucking mistake like you never made one. Like, some of these people out here doing these shows are cruel. And I'm like, yeah, what skeletons you got in your closet? I'd love to take a peek. But it is what it is. But yeah, it does break my heart. It really does. Heidi, thanks, T3. Now I have the first verse. It's Heidi's. Tiptoe through the tulips with his little ukulele. I actually know how to play that song on the accordion. Shut up. Don't make fun. My grandmother made me learn how to play that on the accordion. I don't know if I could do it now because I don't think I could lift the accordion anymore because that fucker is heavy and my uncle has it. But yeah, she made me learn how to play that on the accordion. Not on the ukulele. I didn't have a ukulele, but on the accordion. What's keeping the that's a keep the peace eggshell thing, T-Rex. Yeah, that is. That's the I don't want to get yelled at kind of thing. You just want harmony in the house and you just shut up. And that's a lot of what I do now. Like things happen and I'm just like, just walk away. Shut up, Michelle. Just get up and walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away. And I have to because otherwise this entire house would be like it would erupt. Shelly just knows how easy it is to get me on the defensive and does it simply to entertain herself. Sometimes, yeah. Uh-huh. Sometimes. Because, I love buttons. So if you're going to stand there with this big red button, I'm like, push the button. Who's going to push it? That'd be me. You woke up with a cold, T-Rex. Hummingbird Heidi. Anybody see the picture of the hummingbird with the baby hummingbirds inside the tulip? Oh my God, so cute. I meant to tell you that there are between 80 and I can't read and 110 tires on the average road. T-Rex, really? I didn't know that. Tammy, how you doing? More Than Trucking. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Get those Thanksgiving buns in the oven. Oh, I can't wait for Thanksgiving. I'm so looking forward to it. I looked at my mother's grocery list and I was like, yeah, nope, got to add stuff. Because she didn't put like half the things that I make. It was like, oh, come on. She didn't even put mushrooms on there. Like, how do you not have mushrooms at Thanksgiving? It's just God. Boats are in and they're loading. So road trains are nonstop. 10K head on average per boat. Damn. True friends keep it in the vault. Yeah, well, good people just keep it in the vault because sometimes you just got to tell somebody something. And maybe you don't want to tell the people that are in your life looking at you every day. You want to tell somebody that's more anonymous, somebody who's separated from you. And believe it or not, well, I mean, I tell you guys everything. So the reciprocal, I guess, should be expected. And people do to have a tendency to tell me things because it's easier to tell me because I'm not going to judge them. I might give them advice. I might just stay shut or I might just say, damn, that sucks. But if you tell me, you're just telling me. That's the thing. I'm not going to go around and if you betray me or whatever, I'm not going to go and say, hey, they told me da 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 da. I didn't even do that for the people that truly fucking betrayed me. Did I put shit out there about them? Yeah, but it was stuff people already know. I just brought it back up again. But confidences, for the most part, no. There was one person that I gave information to somebody else on them. But that's because they were a piece of shit and threw all my shit out there. So I was like, all right. But it took me 6 months to get to that point. 6 months of just nonstop bullshit being thrown my way for me to go, all right, here's a couple things. And they still don't know everything I know. And they won't. Nobody will. Because a lot of it I just don't want to remember. Stranger conversation is safer sometimes. It absolutely is, Andrew. It absolutely is. Because this person doesn't have any preconceived notions about you. They don't have any history with you. You can tell them something and it's brand new information. They don't have your history. They can't say, "Oh, well, you've done this before. I've seen you do this before. You're always doing this." That they can't throw it in your face like that. So it's a lot easier sometimes to just confess to somebody who doesn't have anything invested in it. So it's not going to affect them. So they're not going to get offended. They're not going to get up in arms about it. They're just going to take it at face value and go, "Wow, that sucks. I'm sorry. You feel better? Awesome. Talk to you later." That's it. That's where it ends. Sometimes you really, really need that. I didn't have that for the longest. I mean, now I just go and tell him everything. But, like I didn't have that for the longest because my friends were always so busy telling me their problems. They didn't have time to listen to mine. And now they're no longer my friends. Memento. Hello, honey. How are you? Yeah, you're not a telephone operator. One ringy dingy, two ringy dingies, three ringy dingies. That was one of my favorite Lily Tomlin characters, was the telephone operator on Laughing. She was hilarious. Three of which may be invisible but can be figured out with some care. True, 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 true. I always post in enigmatic quatrains. Well, thank you for that, Tabby. That's hilarious. Lady said, "My sister's like that. Loose lips. She thinks because she's at work and I'm not there, she could tell them everything I say to them. So years later, when I meet them, they look at me sideways. Oh, you get the fisheye, right?" See, I hate that because I know, like, people like, this is going to be one of the next week's things about scapegoats. My family loves to talk shit about me. They'll make up shit. It doesn't matter. And then, like, they'll tell all their friends or they'll tell like a distant relative, and then we'll meet and they're like, "Oh, yeah, I've heard about you." And they give me a certain kind of look. And I'm like, "You heard what about me? Like, did you hear that I'll knock your teeth down your fucking throat if you offend me? Because that's true." Like, like you want to go? Like, you're going to come out of your face with attitude when you first meet me? Are you kidding me? And then I become that person. And it's like my family has not figured out that if you would just keep my name out of your mouth and stop talking shit about me, I'm the nicest person, but you keep sending these people to me with attitude and I'm going to match their energy. You give me attitude, I'm going to give you attitude. I'll go ghetto real quick. I could go mafioso real quick. Like, you want to see how far into my Italian I am? Let's go. But why do that? I don't do that to them. You guys know how my family are, but those are actual stories of what has happened. They just make shit up. "Oh, Michelle, she's like this, she's like that." Shit. No, I'm not. When was I like that? Oh, I don't remember, but you were. If you can't back it up, like, I legit could give you timestamps of when you were an asshole who did a specific fucking thing. If you can't do that for me, shut your mouth. Stop talking about me. Stop making shit up. Because you need somebody to be, the devil in the family. It's not going to be me. Although apparently it is. But whatever. And then, like, they're either, it's either, "Oh, I heard about you," or, "Oh my God, you're the Michelle, like you're Shelly. Yeah, just the one Shelly. "Oh my God, you're totally not what I thought you were going to be." That's the other one, the shock and awe. "Oh my God, but you're so nice." Yeah. "Oh my God, but you're so normal." What did you think I was? Abnormal? Like, "Oh, well, your mom said, and there's some stories." And I'm like, "Oh, whatever." I'm like, whatever they told you is a fucking lie. Like, I can't even entertain it anymore. It's like, whatever. But I totally get you. Yeah, they look at you and they're like, "Oh, it's the one she was talking about." What terrible. So now I don't talk to my sister every day, only on birthdays and holidays. That's smart, lady. That is smart. Memento mori. Thank you, whoever got me the membership. Was that the other day? I think that was the other day. How you doing, Memento? What's up? Road train is a big truck. I lost my place again. Fuck a duck. Oh, there we go. Have to go. As you woke up the damn chickens. I'm sorry. Thanks for coming by, honey. Love and strength to all. Love and strength to you, Andrea. You have a wonderful day in the land down under. That's as good as the accent gets, just so you know. But thank you so much for coming by. You know, I love it when you drop by. And thank you for the super chats, crazy lady. And that's the truth. That was the other one of her in the big rocking chair. I love that one. My mommy said, "My mommy gave me a lollipop." She's so cute. So cute. Have a great day, Andrea. I'm sorry I woke up all the fowl. Wait, what did you say I woke up? I woke up the chickens, peacocks, and guinea fowl. There you go. Well, I don't know why I was going to say guinea pigs. I was like, how much noise can a guinea pig make? But they are noisy. They squeak. You doing well, Memento? I'm glad. I'm glad. Tammy said, I suddenly feel a surge of love and strength. Thanks. Yeah. Andrea is awesome. She is. I'm glad that she's coming around again. She stayed away because she didn't like my old co-host. But now I just do the show by myself, so it's better. I'm just looking through because now there was a point I wanted to end on adapting muddies the waters. All right, so that was I was thinking about all the different ways why we learn to adapt. I know I did it to survive. I did it to make my life run a little smoother around people that were just not easy to be around. And like I still become the other me when I'm around them. I can't be myself around like my brothers, my sisters, my uncle, my mother. You know, I try to be myself. And even Connor, like, he notices it. He's like, why do you act like a certain way? And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, he's like, you start to talk around grandma and then you stop. He was like you don't try to be funny around grandma. I was like, why would I try to be funny? He's like, no, you don't, like, you're normally just fucking funny, ma. He was like, but you don't do that around grandma and grandpa. I was like, because I never know what I'm going to say that's going to offend them. And I never know what's going to send my mother off on a tangent about, you know, how stupid I am or how, like, disrespectful or whatever. Because if I'm joking and everybody knows I'm joking, she takes it to heart. I don't get it. And he was like, yeah, all right, I see that. But his advice is always just be yourself. She'll have to get used to it. I wish I had that mindset with my mother, but I've known the woman my whole life and she's not going to get used to it. Like, I have to be a certain way. After yesterday, I think she's going to have a harder time getting me to conform the way I always did because I've just reached that point where it's like, okay, like, I tried this shit. Now, no, we're going back to me just being me. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. But I mean, like, what kept me from always doing that before was the fear. You know, fear of her telling me I wasn't good enough. Fear of, you know, her telling me she couldn't stand me. Of constantly criticizing me. Like, it's really hard to be yourself when you know the other person is not going to be happy with you. You know, they're just not going to be good to you. And I try to avoid cruelty in all aspects. I really do. Like, if I have to put on a face, then fine. But I don't know. Anyway, Shelly, any thoughts on your state going all wonky with counting of the votes? That's not going to fly. I mean, that's literally like just the election commission board trying to push the Democrat bullshit through. They can't circumvent a federal, whatchamacallit, Supreme Court judge ruling. They just can't. They can try, but it's never, at the end, they could say whatever they want. Trump won. It is what it is. Taking in these illegal ballots and all this kind of bullshit, it's retarded. Like, and they know it. They're literally grasping at straws. They have no legal standing, and anything they do is going to wind up getting thrown out because it's illegal. They are literally going against a court order. Do I think they should be prosecuted? Abso-freaking-lutely. Lock them all up. They'd do it if it was us. They broke the law, lock them up. You want to be rule of law, right? You broke the law, lock them up. If you don't want to lock them up, fine them. Fine them out the ass. Because sometimes people give up their time and their freedom, but they don't want to give up their money. Wherever it's going to hit them and hurt them the worst, that's where you go. Wallet, time, freedom, whatever. Either way, there has to be consequences to what these people are doing. Legal consequences. And they all should have to, face the music. I think it's bullshit. Did Jelly get the first snow? No, it's supposed to snow on Thursday. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We're supposed to get 3 to 6 inches. So we shall see. At the limit point. Been there, yeah. The cracks were always there, but now they're like chasms. I heard this morning or last night that they're getting themselves in trouble for it. They are, because they won't stop. They won't stop. They're like, no, we don't care about the court order. Well, they got that shit from Biden when he said, I don't care what the Supreme Court says. They said, I can't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, way to set the precedent that fuck the courts. I'm going to do what I want. That ain't fair. That's not just. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out how to end this. Okay. So to wrap this up, or to wrap up the topic, I've decided to try to be more authentically me, because in the end, no one is entitled to their preferred version of me, just as I'm not entitled to my preferred version of them. You give what you get, and you get what you give. God actually taught me that, to seek the balance between what you give and what you get, and to let him set the course. And this does always go back to religion, because I've been very into religion lately, and well, I've always been into religion, but there's been a lot more prayer in my life and a lot more reflection and conversations with God than there ever have been, except when Daddy was sick and when Katie was in the hospital. Now it's just like every day, just constant conversations, just between me and God, me and Jesus, me and Saint Michael, or Archangel Michael, whatever you want to call him. He's both. God said he loves and forgives me, and I'm his vessel on earth, blessed with his divine spirit. So with that being true, to me, my perspective is, no matter what is going on with all the mortal people of the world, when all is said and done, God is my original parent. He loves me. And that's got to be something that I believe in and I cling to. If my mortal parents are not giving me that, I still have my creator. I still have my father who's giving me that. He's my original parent. He's proud of me. He's confident, in his creation. He's supportive of my ideas and my thoughts and my actions because he understands where they come from. He knows exactly what I intend. There's no misinterpretation. He knows my mind. He knows my heart. He knows my soul. He walks beside me through every moment until I'm at my end. And then, I believe he carries me. He's never going to be one to belittle me or mock me or criticize me or lose faith in me or abandon me. God encourages me to be me and to be better. I find a lot of strength in that. He gives me room to explore and to wonder. Pushes me to discover all those things that I want to discover, to find the truth and to, find truth about other people, about myself, about situations, to discover the real things going on in the world I live in. He comforts me. I think he gave me the ability to do the artistry things that I do, the artist shit that I do, because he knows that that's the way to soothe my soul. That's something that speaks directly to my soul. For some people, it's literature. For some people, it's music. For me, it's a lot of creation. I like to create things. You know, he gets that I find beauty in the weirdest things. I just don't speak about it. I tend to be selfish with beauty. If I see beauty somewhere, I'd like to keep it to myself and just savor it because not everybody's going to appreciate it. And I really don't feel like having them walk all over something that I find beautiful. So I just keep it to myself. I show appreciation for it, but I don't really let my feelings be known. I don't know, when I think about God, I think God doesn't give one single solitary shit about the devil. I really think that because he knows the devil has no power when it comes to him. In comparison, the devil's nothing. He could wipe him out in a second. He won't because we need the devil to tempt us, to make us make decisions that we're going to use to become better people. He makes the devil put us in situations where at the end we appreciate what we have. We appreciate the outcome. We appreciate the journey. Is it always easy? No. But I do believe that, he doesn't give a crap about Satan because he knows that Satan doesn't have any power that we don't give him. And in the end, God knows my heart. He knows what I'm thinking every moment of every day. He knows I'm his, and he'll never let my soul be taken from him by somebody so inferior like Satan. He would never allow that. I genuinely believe that. I believe that God views all of us as his and his alone. Yes, he lets Satan play, but that's all he gets to do. He doesn't really have any real power. Anything he does here is wiped away the minute we go home. The minute we repent, the minute we, accept that God loves us and we love him, everything that the devil tries to do is ineffectual. Because once you go home, that's it. You don't carry any of the burden or any of the dirt and mud and the sorrow and the pain from life. The devil's got no place in heaven. And it's just, to me, God is my home. He's my home. He's my heart. He's my salvation. He was part of that light that brought me back. I think that light was comprised of so many different things. but I believe he sent it to me. I believe he loves me, and knowing that, sometimes it brings me to tears. It can. Like, I get very emotional when I talk about God, or when I think about, like, really what I mean to him and what he means to me, because it's such a pure relationship that I've spent so long fighting, and I don't get why I fought it for so long. And now that I haven't, now that I've just accepted it, I feel so much more at peace. Despite all the things that I go through with all these people and my health and whatever, there's still a portion of me that is always settled and secure and warm. And I love that, because when I do focus on that, I can actually feel that fill my whole self up. And it will bring me to tears, because it's so powerful and so overwhelming, and it's not my imagination. It's literally it's like a divine spark is being not ignited, but being fanned. Like, you're fanning the flames of that divinity of I hate using that word, but you're fanning the flames of that spark, that fire, the Holy Spirit, God, Jesus, whatever you want to label it. But that's what that is, that spiritual place. It's something that I didn't really have access to when I was younger. Maybe when I was really little, but I don't ever remember feeling like this. I don't ever remember being so convinced of something. Like, I had faith because I was told to have faith, and now I have faith because I believe, because I feel it. Maybe because I want it or I need it. I don't know. But I know without it, I would be lost. I walk the path every day, and I get off path all the time. I squirrel even for God. Sorry, he knows it. He made me. He knows I'm a squirreler. But the thing that I rely on is that he's limitless. His love, his forgiveness, all of that. His faith in me is limitless, and I have to return that. Like I said, match the energy. I believe he believes in me, and I believe in him, but I don't believe in him because he believes in me. I just feel like it's right to have that back and forth with him. To constantly send that message out and have it received, and always, like, reaffirm that bond, reaffirm that connection, strengthen it over and over and over. And you don't have to believe in God per se. You can believe in the universe, you can believe in energy. All I'm saying is they all are kind of the same thing. You can still treat them the same. Just put out what you want taken back. And, like, lady told me when I first met her, she was like, you need to manifest. You need to learn to manifest. And I think I'm finally learning. It's just I'm not doing it with material things. I'm not doing it with, like, goals. I'm trying to do that and be that open and that trusting with God, with my relationship with God. And it's done a lot for me. It really has. It has done so much to soothe my mind and to just bring me an inner peace I've never ever known in my life. And I'm not afraid of losing. Most things, when I enjoy them, I'm afraid I'm going to lose them. This is something I'm not afraid of. It could be overwhelming, but I'm not afraid. And you guys help me get there. You help me get there by never criticizing me for the things I say, and for exploring, like, the whole religious side for me, and, like, the trauma side and the psychological side. We look at everything. And you guys are always right there in it. I can't tell you what that means to me. I really can't. I know I've said it so many times, but it really does mean the world to me. Because I don't know a lot of people who are open like that. Most of the people I know are putting up fronts. And maybe in 3D life you do that, but you don't do that here. And again, chicken or the egg. I don't know if you don't do it because I don't do it or if I don't do it because you don't do it. But either way, it's beneficial. And I want it to continue. But I want you to know just how much I appreciate all you guys. And I don't adapt for you. This is me. Mushy me, boring me, over talking me. It doesn't matter. Funny me, vulgar me. All of them come here. It's a mishmash of Shelley. And you get it all. Lucky, lucky people. But yeah, the depreciating humor. Yeah. The self-deprecating humor. That you definitely get that from me. But I don't know. I don't know. I love you guys and I really thank you so much for just being on this really long journey with me. We've done a ton of chats together and we've worked through so many traumas. And now I really enjoy you guys. And I enjoy me. So I hope you do too. I really do. Having said that, I guess everybody just came home because they're loud as shit and very distracting. So there goes my train of thought because now they're all loud right outside my door. How do you not hear them? Big mouths that they are. Anyway, let me just check chat real quick. They're getting some. Yep, they are getting in trouble. My understanding is that they're not trying to deny Trump. They're Yeah, no, it's not about the Trump thing. They're trying to get the Senate seat to flip. Yeah, they're trying to turn it to a Democratic Senate seat, and that's not going to happen. More relationship than religion. Really? That's my understanding too, Terry. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Heidi said, I would say God allows, not makes the adversary, but that's me. To me, repentance is the one that one doesn't keep doing whatever it is that they repent of. Yeah. We are to be transformed. Acts 3:19, Romans 12:2. Very, very nice. I agree. So, I mean, what you're saying. I think repentance is something you have to do. Because, I mean, not just with God, you're not going to get anywhere with somebody unless you learn from your mistakes. And one way to learn from your mistakes is to make sure you take steps to not repeat that shit. And like I have very frank conversations with God. I'm like, you know what? I did this and it was wrong, but let's face it, I'm gonna do it again. I feel bad that I did it. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm sorry. Kind of wish I didn't do it. I mean, I'm honest about it. I'm like, but let's face it, until it blows up in my face, I'm gonna do it again. Like it's let's just let's be real, God. You know what's going on. Like, I'm gonna do it again. And when I'm truly sorry, he knows. Holy crap, how did I get 29 seconds behind? How the hell? I do that a lot less. Aw. And we enjoy you too, T3. Thank you, Wolfie. By the way, if Winning's still listening, which he probably isn't, I need that wolf howl on my StreamYards, please. And thank you. Thank you, honey. You enjoy, I'm glad you enjoy me because you guys really do. You mean a lot. It's not easy finding people who don't, what word? It's not finding people who aren't assholes. Like a lot of the time. You guys come here, you have fun, you kick it up, whatever. The wolf one. You come in here, you let it fly and I love it. But you're never abusive. You're never nasty to one another. God, even Darth comes in here and he's nice to people. Well, I mean, Darth's version of nice. But for the most part, I mean, I've seen him go off on people and he never does that in here. And I think that says a lot about all of you. Like, you guys come in here and you just kind of chill. And I really like that. I like that you feel comfortable to come in here and say, hey, I don't feel good, or hey, this happened, or hey, my daughter just got, like, you share things. That's what I want. I want you guys to have, I don't want a fucking safe place. I hate that term. But I do want you to have a place you enjoy going just to hang out. You don't have to be the funniest. You don't have to be, rich. You don't have to throw things at me. You don't have to, like, constantly, like, make the whole chat crack up. You could just be you and be accepted as you are, because we just enjoy you being here. It's kind of a chill stream. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I like. I like for you guys to come in here and just be like, oh, I'm just going to listen to her rattle on for a couple hours and occasionally laugh. And I know I've made you guys cry, and I know I've made you guys laugh, and I know you always laugh when I snort, because let's face it, if I'm to the point where I'm snorting, I'm hysterical laughing. But yeah, I just like coming here. It's just, I don't know. I would love to meet you guys one day, but I know that's not going to happen. But this, like, I feel like I've met you all. It's the weirdest thing. It really is. But anyway, it's 4:21. We're a minute past Darth's favorite time. Snort laughing is the best. I know, but usually only the corny stuff makes me snort laugh. I don't know why. But Amber Ella is really good at snorting. Darth and I, and Sean D Sarcasm, we were actually, like, counting how many times she snorted during one damn show, and I think she snorted like 43 times in like half an hour. It was hilarious. I had to go to the bathroom so many times because I was laughing so hard. I was like, I'm gonna pee my pants. There's no way. Like, I am one cough away from a puddle. Nope. Like, nope. And on that note, I'm gonna end the stream. So, is there anybody streaming that I can redirect to? Unless Winning already went in and redirected it to his stream later. Did you do that, honey? Because that's fine if you did. Redirect, I'll do it. Winning. Damn it, why does this never type when I try to type? Winning reality. Let's see if it comes up with anything. Why is it not coming up with anything? Did you not put the thumbnail out? Well, you didn't put the thumbnail out. Damn it. All right. So I'm going to redirect to somebody else. Wait, I only did that the one time in the stream. Literally. All right. So I'm going to redirect to Gutter's thing for later. Just do me a favor. Stop by. If you're not going to stop by tonight, stop by now and leave her a like. I appreciate it. Because I love me some Gutter's Pub. I know you haven't made the show yet. I looked. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. Sorry, honey. And T-Rex. What did T-Rex say? Just remember, no crying in baseball. No crying in baseball. I still got to make him see that movie. He hasn't seen that movie. But all right, so I redirected you guys to Gutter's Pub. If you would just do me a favor and just leave her a like, I would appreciate it. She doesn't go live until later, but it's just going to throw you over into her chat. So just check her out. Maybe sub to her if you don't already. You know, I like promoing people. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thanks for listening to my endless fucking drivel. And for keeping me company this afternoon, because I just wanted to hang with you. Having said that, I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And
prayer.
doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.